Hello, and welcome back to the cafe. Welcome to the late show with Dago. Great to have you all back here. Great to see you all. Please make sure you guys are hitting that like button when you come through that door. Let's see if we can get this up in that algorithm again. Welcome, one and all. Share this out, guys, if you will, please. We're going to be talking about what we're going to be talking about. Whatever that ends up being, it's going to be good. Either way, we may have a couple guests up here with me. We may not. I don't know. You might just be stuck with me. I don't know what it is, but I'm glad to see you all here. So, that being said, let's get this dang show going. Here we go. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for being here tonight. I appreciate y'all so very much. And it's great to see you guys back in here. All you insomniacs and all you late night owls and all of y'all, thank you for joining us. Great to see you tonight. Hope y'all had a wonderful day. For those of you that I haven't seen yet today, and for those of you that I have, it's great to see you back in here. Come on in, guys. Get comfortable. Get a seat. Get comfortable. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it's going to be, and come on in and have a conversation with me. Please, if you will. Come on in. Like I said, I don't have one specific set topic, but you guys know how I do these late shows. We will make it happen, make it work, make it good, because that's all we do. Thank you to my blue crew for showing back up in here again, because as I always say, you can say it for me. I couldn't, wouldn't, nor shouldn't ever try to do without them. Thank you to my producers as well, guys. Come on in, please, if you will. We could talk about who knows what. It always starts off with something a little weird and ends up with something good. So who knows? Thank you, Miss Leslie and Billy, Billy, I'm sorry, for the super sticker. God bless and appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Who else do we have gracing us in here tonight? Looks like Robin Brown. Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the lovely Miss Leslie and Billy. Taylor's back in the house. Taylor was stitching, bitching, and true crime. Hello. That may be a thing tonight, Taylor. You never know. Alicia J., welcome back to you. Great to see you. Miss Wisdom Speaks, the amazing and lovely Miss Sherry's in the house. Miss Kimber Hey, hey, good to see you, Miss Kimber. Thank you for joining us tonight. Great to see you. Great to have you here. Undead Ramen's back in the house. Welcome back to you. Great to see you, Miss Andy Rose. Hello, hello. Good to have you here tonight. Stormy Sherry, hello. Welcome back, dear. Good to see you. Midwest, welcome to you. Good to see you here tonight. Jane Kendall, welcome, welcome. Good to see you. Good to have you here. I love seeing the new faces and the new names. I appreciate you all so very much for jumping in here. Allie Books, welcome back to you. Good evening. Excuse me very much. Thank you, Miss Andy, for that. Let me see here. Show. Miss Paige, hello. Welcome back. Good to see you. Come on in. Come on in. Who else do we got up? And Miss Trish Crow, hello. Welcome back. Clark, you, always a pleasure. The green-eyed PI is back in the house. Don't play with me. Good to see you. Good to have you here. James Tate, my friend, always a pleasure, sir. Good to have you. It's an honor. Who else do we got in here? T-Rebs Moobs. Hello and welcome back to you. It's great to see you. Appreciate you. Andy, thank you for that. Thank you for anybody and everybody that does donate to those links there to support the channel. That's how we keep going and how we pay our bills. So thank you very much for that. You are appreciated. Flickery Foot's back in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. If I missed your name, I did not do it on purpose. We'll have to check that one out, Miss Leslie. Thank you for that info. Let's see here. I think I got everybody. Again, guys, if I didn't catch your name, I will get you. I promise you. We'll catch up. But thank you all so much for joining us tonight, for hanging out. Typically, the night streams are a little more lighthearted and we talk about things as we go. Tootsie Pop 430, welcome. Good to see you here. Good to have you here. The storms have calmed down. Thank the Lord, because it was pretty bad here for a minute. It was. Come on in, guys. Grab a seat. Please get comfortable. There's a couch over here and a chair over there. We got a stump there. The toilet's back there. Wherever you're comfortable sitting, find yourselves a seat, get comfortable, and let's do this thing. We got 45 amazing people in here. 31 likes. Let's try to make that match, guys, and get this up in that algorithm and keep YouTube happy so that we can stay happy. Uh-oh. Who's a traitor? Somebody's a traitor. Miss Kimber says she's a traitor. Uh-oh. I hope everything went well today, Miss Kimber. I've been praying for you. I think the whole crew has been, and we've been keeping you in our thoughts, you and Mr. Kimber. So thank you for joining us tonight. Again, like I said, I hope everything went well today. Come on in, guys. Come on in. Hummingbird Moth back in the house. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Bobby, old dude, there he is. I was wondering where he was coming in here. I'm in here listening while watching some dumb horror movie. Those dumb horror movies are the best ones, Bobby. I love them B-rated, cheesy, ridiculously cheap. Took $150 to make the movie. I love those. Mabua? Is that how you pronounce that? I hope. Mabuha. Welcome. Said your channel was on my recommendation. I'll sit back. I'll take a seat in the back. Well, welcome. You don't have to, but you're welcome to sit wherever you like. Preppy Bestie, welcome to you. Great to see you guys. All of these new faces and names in here. Please do me a huge favor. And as I always say, welcome everybody with open arms, as we always do. Make them feel comfortable and at home, just like they're sitting in their own living room, if you will, please. I appreciate that so very much. For all the newer people in here, guys, we only have one rule, actually two rules, and that is to respect everyone else's opinions and feelings on things. We may not always agree, but everybody has the right to their own feelings and opinions without being attacked or thrashed, we should say. And there's a lot of times we won't agree, but that's okay. At the end of the day, this is a community and a family, guys, and that's how we work things in here. So please, the second rule is to refer back to the first one. That's all. Butterfly anyone's back in the house. Welcome to you. Good to see you. Sharknado, four-headed shark, Senjaws. Yes. Those crazy ones are so funny to watch. I love them. Miss Terry Martin, welcome back. Good to see you tonight. And everybody in here, please make sure to share this out to everybody and anybody that you think would enjoy hanging out with us in here. Welcome back, Susbusters. Good to see you. Not that Nikki. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh my gracious. Look who's here. Good to see you tonight. Thank you for joining us. I will do that, Miss Kimber. Oh my goodness. We may have a special guest tonight. Could be a Kimber Foot. You never know. Could be an Andy Squatch. I don't know who's going to join us tonight, but we shall see. Could be a Salty Sleuth. I might end up with the Dixies up here. Who knows? Dago and the Dixies. My southern family. Sharknado was crazy, but it was hilarious. I like seeing the old friends that are popping in here as well. Not that. Oh, wow. Dang, dang. Look at that. There's two of the Dixies.
Boom.
Mark and Betty. Hello. Welcome back from over the pond. Good to see you guys. Welcome, Salty. Long time no see. And Miss Kimber. Well, don't speak to me then. Fine.
And
whatever.
there she is.
How are you, Miss Kimber?
I'm good.
How did everything go?
Well, okay. Give me a moment. Let me get my notes.
Oh, Lord.
Oh, good Lord. Get your notes.
I'm glad
Everybody
you
get
took
out your pen
notes.
and paper. We need to take notes, of course.
So,
Welcome, Jen Urbick.
hold on. Let me
Go ahead. Take your time, dear.
I forgot my notebook today, so I had to get some paper at the doctor. Okay.
Mental
so,
notes.
No, I didn't take mental notes. I can't take mental notes on something like this because
No, I agree.
So, which I already knew he had a fungus. So they're not going to treat the fungus right now because the fungal treatment will be rough on him. But he wants to do some more blood work on the fungus.
Mm-hmm.
So he's got to do some blood work. He's going to see if he's got any underlying immunocompromise. So he's going to do all of the blood work for anything that could cause an immunocompromise.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
He's going to do all those things. So this normally only happens. The MAC only happens if you have a bad underlying lung issue. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
which was the COPD. So he's going to wait a week or two before he starts the fungal process because the fungal treatment because that will be a little rougher on him.
They're pretty. Yeah, it's pretty heavy stuff.
So he will take. There is an inhaled antibiotic that he can take, but the inhaled antibiotic is rather new and it's very expensive. So that'll be something right now that he may have to fight with the insurance company. So we won't start that just yet.
Mm-hmm.
So what will happen is he'll be on. Hold on.
Oh, sure.
They will take he may be on the antibiotics 18 months or longer. So what happens is with the MAC, he will start the antibiotics. So, and what happens is he starts the antibiotics. And when, and even on the antibiotics, when the MAC stops growing, so if it takes 10 months for the MAC to stop growing.
Yeah. You'll stay on that the whole time because that is
No, that's not just it. He stays on the antibiotics the 10 months, but when the MAC stops growing, that's when the 12-month clock starts for the antibiotics.
Oh, okay. I got you.
So he would be on the antibiotics for 22 months. If it took 14 months for the MAC to stop growing, then he would be on the antibiotics for 2 years. See what I'm saying? Because once the MAC stops growing is when the 12-month clock starts for the 12 months of antibiotics.
No, that makes sense. Yeah,
so,
I got you.
And they will, of course, do a sputum sample once a month to see whether it stops growing. I hope no one's eating, whether it stopped growing or not.
Okay.
And of course, he'll be on live culture like the yogurt, probiotics, stuff like that.
Yeah, right. You got to keep that stuff going.
And 1 year after the culture shows, and a year after the culture showed negatives, he may qualify for the inhaled antibiotics because even once you get rid of MAC, it is hard to keep it gone. So once you get rid of it, it's hard for it to stay gone. Now he will be on 3 separate antibiotics. He will be on a Z pack, which is erythromycin.
Yeah.
He will be on one that is called imethethol.
Any
Hold on. A methmutol,
a
which that one,
methitol?
a methutol, yeah, which
Yeah.
can cause visual problems. So he'll have to see an ophthalmologist. It can cause blurred vision. It can cause stuff with the optics. It can cause color blindness. It can cause all that stuff. He will be on one that's called Romafepin. That
Yeah.
one is that one can cause joint aches, but if he takes that one at night, it can it seems to lessen it. And sometimes he can stop that one for a couple of days and then start it again, is what the doctor told him. Now that
Yeah.
one will cause his pee to be red, his sweat to be red, and his tears to be like an orangish red. Everything
Wow.
will be red. Yes.
Okay.
So
That's new.
and then of course he'll have to take his medicine and like his multivitamins and his antibiotics. He'll have to have a 2-hour time frame between that.
Mm-hmm.
He will be, the doctor said he would scan him every 6 to 12 weeks to check for lung damage. Now, I don't know if my insurance company will let him be scanned every 6 to 12 weeks. So that will have to be something that has to be checked.
Right. No, I get it.
The doctor said that the improvement, it could take weeks to months because of the fact that if it's slow to grow, it's slow to die.
Mm-hmm. And those are any kind of parasite or a fungus or any of that stuff is very hard to.
Yes.
It'll grow slowly and undetected, and then
Yes.
and this
could have, he said this could have been going on for a year or 2 years. And he did tell us about something that's called NAC. He gave the technical name for it, but you can buy it at a supplemental store.
I take it too. Yep.
And it's 600 milligrams. You can take it twice a day. It's an antioxidant, but it does supposedly help with. It does decrease COPD flares.
It does.
So I'm going to look into that. And then,
it's worth it, Kimber, to get it. It's listed as a dietary supplement, but it's not. I've been taking it for 3 years now, and it really does bring it down quite a bit. Okay, like the times that I get sick because of my asthma and stuff like that, it keeps it at a lower rate than what it would typically, and it's like $20 for. I think you can even get it at like certain drugstores or the supplement stores, wherever you want to go, but it's like $20 and you get, I think, like 150 tabs or something like that.
He said Walmart might have it, Kroger might have it.
Yes.
But he said, and then of course he's still has to have the immune test and the immune blood work and the test and the P test and all that. But we were going to do that today, but the girl couldn't get the PDF paperwork to print out, and we were going to walk over to the hospital and have it done. And I'm like, can you just send that to our hospital, because they're HCA, so they're all in the same network, so he can still get the blood work. I'm like, he can just take that down there.
Yes.
Now he will either be on the 3 pills 3 times a day, once a week, or he will be on the 3 pills 3 times a week, 3 times a day, 3 times a week. And it's not that it's going to be a lot of pills because it's weight based. So it will be a lot of antibiotics. So of course, like he told me, anything with active cultures in it, kimchi, kombucha, sauerkraut.
Yeah.
Anything like that. So, and he likes sauerkraut, but I can't give him too much because he don't need too much sodium. And he can eat active yogurt. He can take probiotics, things like that. But
the N-acetylcysteine, which is what NAC is really it's very helpful. If it's something and it's over the counter, if it's something that is in your budget, it's worth check it out and see how you feel with it. Because
we'll get it, because if it reduces the COPD flares. But he has decided that he is going to try to go back to work tomorrow half days. No, he's going to do it. He's tired of sitting home.
And, I know he's stubborn. I get it.
No, it's not just stubborn. We're like everybody in the country.
Sure, you're going through it. I get it.
We live paycheck to paycheck. Everybody in the country does.
Amen.
And like he's, and it happens. And so he's going to try it. But I told him, the doctor told him not to push himself. I've told him, if you can't do it, you can't do it. Come home, blah, blah,
that's
blah.
That's it right there. Don't push yourself further than you can go. That's it. It ain't worth it.
And because I can pull from I'm going to pull from my 401k and I can pay me back. So, and I can pull a large amount from my 401k and I can pay me back. So that's no problem. But the thing is, and I'll be paying me back. with interest. So, but he's going to try tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. The doctor did say that we can go on vacation as long as he feels like it. You know, none of the medication that he will be on will affect him as far as the sun or
Okay.
anything like that. So we're going to still planning on going on vacation as long as he feels like it, because I don't want him to get down there and then feel like total shit and not be able to, you know, be out at least some.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see how he feels. And that's
Well,
about it for now.
it sounds like positive news all the way around so
Oh,
far.
yeah,
And I'm
definitely.
grateful. I'm great. I can tell in your voice you're a little more upbeat now. You feel a little better about some things, and that's good.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know, I wasn't talking to anybody, so I didn't know. And he was like, I didn't know I had a fungus. I'm like, that's because men listen and y'all just regurgitate information. Y'all don't actually listen to the doctor. Y'all just listen and regurgitate information. Y'all don't actually listen and ask questions.
Well, see,
I'm
I knew
making
that
him,
though. When you said that, remember I said it's like a fungus. And so yeah, that's why he's got you though. That's a good thing.
well, but I told him, I said, and the thing is, I'm starting him a note. Like today, I'm taking the information that I got today and transferring it into a notebook so that he can take it to the doctor and he can write down what the doctor says to him when he
Mhm.
goes to the doctor. So that way he can bring it home to me and I can dissect it for him.
There you go. There. And if you
So,
have
yeah.
questions, if you have any questions
Mhm.
that you can't get quick answers to, you know where we're at. There's quite a few of us in here that have medical backgrounds.
Oh, I have a medical background.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say you know that stuff too. My wife, she has a medical background. We're all here with you anyway, is what I'm saying. So if
Yeah,
there's
yeah.
anything you can't get a hold of or you can't figure out, we will help you and we will be behind you. So
But yeah, he said the antifungals, which I figured they would. But see, some of the antifungal drugs are expensive. But you know,
Mhm.
I know that the doctor can argue with the insurance company to get them to cover it, so that's no big deal either. But I just
Right.
don't know. I just don't know how my insurance company will feel about him being scanned every 6 to 12 weeks.
Well, if the doctor, from my understanding, I don't know what insurance company you have, but it usually works with most. If it's a necessity and the doctor can make it seem to be a necessity for the situation, your insurance company really ain't gonna have much choice on it, and they will
Well,
typically agree to it that way.
they will have a choice. They can deny it, but they can. The
They
doctor can argue with them to get them to
Well,
pay it.
here's
So,
what I found something out about these insurance companies, that if they deny something that is graded to be a necessity from a actual doctor, especially in a situation like this, these insurance companies have been getting sued for stuff like this and they've been backing down. So just keep that in mind if they try to mess with him when that comes to that. Okay.
it's in the Leslie. It's in the upper. It's in the upper right lobe of his left lung.
The upper right quadrant of the left lung.
Yes, upper right quadrant, upper
Got
right
you.
lobe of
Okay.
his left lung.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, it's, you know, I mean, it just felt better talking to the doctor, knowing what's going on, you know. And he told him eventually it could be an issue where they, you know, had to talk about his job. But right now, you
I've
know,
been there, done that. Yes, I get it. I get it. And
so.
it'll be all right. It will be.
Well,
How
I mean, he can take early retirement. He'll be 64. He can take early retirement. He doesn't really want to have to do that because of the fact that it is you know, he gets a lot less if he takes it. But I told him
Yeah.
we'll do what we have to do.
Well, and you can
Thank
work
you,
things out.
Dago.
Then we'll have to find him a hobby. Maybe we can make him a YouTuber, Kimber. What do you think?
I don't think he wants. Yeah, it's called NAC Wisdom, and you can get it at the supplemental. You can get it at a supplemental store. It's called. He said that's the NAC. I don't remember the actual term for it, but he said it's called NAC,
Acetylcysteine.
and
It's
he
called.
said
Sorry.
it helps with COPD flares.
It
Thank you, Tyler.
COPD and all of that stuff. I'll show it to you right now, guys. It is N-acetylcysteine.
Hi, Salty.
Is she still here?
Salty, you still awake, honey? I hope I didn't bore you to death over there. You're on mute, honey. If you're awake.
She might have went to grab something or.
Oh.
All right, guys. This is NAC, N-acetylcysteine. Okay. That's what he's going to be taking. 600 milligrams. It's got selenium in it, which does help for sure. And it's considered to be like a It says it's a dietary supplement, which it's really not.
He would take it twice a day, he said.
Yeah. And you can get bigger bottles of this. This is the bottle that I would always get. That's the brand that I always got too. It was 24. I think it was $24.99, but I got a discount because we have a supplement store downtown. And because I bought it every month, they ordered it in quantities that I would get a discount. And I paid $21.99 for it. So,
but Wisdom, that is what the infectious disease doctor said that he could take, and that he said that helped, because I told him that my husband had been taking Mucinex because that is what his interventional pulmonologist recommended, because of the so to get the mucus out, so that doesn't stay in his lungs and to produce the mucus with the breathing. So, but I told him that he had been taking that, and he recommended that for the COPD flare-ups, because he said that is proven to help with COPD flare-ups.
And you can take them together.
Good luck.
Just so you guys know that you can take those. You can take that and the Mucinex together, because I do that. I take one Mucinex a day. That keeps my mucus levels down as well. This helps to strengthen and decrease anybody that has COPD. Sherry, this would be great for you to use as well. I was just thinking about that. Anybody else that has this stuff, you can do it. You can. So, Norma says it didn't work for you. It depends on the situation too. So, I'm just saying, hello, Michelle. Thank you for joining us tonight.
And it might not work for him, but anything's worth a try to reduce the flare-ups.
It depends on the person too. That's the thing. And with what he's
got, and it might not work for him at all right now with the Mac. So we'll just have to see what.
Oh, the Mucinex. Okay, it works
because he has the Mac, but the Mac. There's a fungus in addition to the Mac. So, we have to wait, because he has that in addition. So we have to wait and see exactly what everything is.
With the Mac, from what I read, the Mac usually can cause the fungus. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too, because it's a macrobacteria, but it is a hold on.
And yes, it does help with emphysema as well as COPD and asthma.
But the fungus he has is Fusaroma, and it is a soil pathogen. And
what did you say? Fisherona?
Yeah, I said Masharona. Fusaroma.
Fusaroma, yeah.
Not Fisharoma.
Fusaroma, I said.
Yeah, and it is a soil pathogen.
What does he do for a living?
He's a mechanic.
Ah, okay.
So he has to be careful, because whatever he does will irritate his lungs. But like the doctor said, he said you could wear a mask, but you can't breathe without a mask.
He ain't gonna wear no mask. I promise you that right now.
He can't breathe. He can't breathe with a mask.
Right.
He can't breathe with he can't breathe with a mask. Hey, Wisdom, did it help your uncle when he took that NAC?
Who's that?
Wisdom said her uncle took it. My uncle had emphysema. He took it.
It helps me with my asthma and stuff, so I would imagine it would. Yeah.
Oh, the Mucinex didn't help Norma. The Mucinex helps my husband, but there's just so much other going on right now that and the NAC may not help right now.
Sure.
But the NAC helped your husband? I mean, your uncle, Wisdom?
Yeah. Awesome. And here's the thing with everything he's got going on, Kimber, because there is a lot right now. Yeah. Once some of that decreases, it may not help right away, but down the road, once some of the other stuff decreases, then it probably would, step up and be able to help at that point.
Oh yeah, but we've got to wait till all this other stuff decreases, because there's just too much going on in there right now.
Right. It is worth it, and it's a healthy, natural way. You know what I'm saying, to be able to do these things too. So. Oh, yeah. I found out about it on accident. Somebody had mentioned it to me. I can't remember who the hell it was, but they were like, try it and see what happened. That and something else, some cherry something. I can't remember. And I tried that, and it was within 3 or 4 days, I noticed a difference immediately. And I was like, damn, that's nice. and for $25 a month, I was like, shit, you can't go wrong, or 21 at that point. But yeah.
Well, I can tell you, an infectious disease doctor is a plethora of information.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
They are a plethora of information.
That's why they do what they do. That is true. Well, I'm glad to hear your voice is a little more peppier. I'm glad to hear it's good news. How's Mr. Kimber doing?
He's
Are you there?
What happened?
I don't know.
good. He
Ooh,
went.
there she is.
His head was hurting tonight. He went to bed a little early. I mean, he's still feeling a little weak. You okay, Salty?
Yeah.
Oh, but
We didn't hear you for a second. We were like, what happened to Kimber?
but no, he's still. I mean, he's feeling weak. But like I said, he's not one to not work. He's not. It just doesn't matter. He's not one to not work. He's sat idle. He's sat idle for a week. It's driving him crazy. So he's going to go in. He's going to try it. And I can't keep telling him, no, you can't do this. No, you can't do that. So I told him if he wanted to go in and try tomorrow, go try, work half a day, work half days until, we could get on the antibiotics, see how they were going to affect him, see what was going to go on, and we would go from there.
Right. There you
Well,
go.
I'm glad they are getting you guys on the right path, so maybe he can start to feel better when they start the medications.
Thank you so much, Salty. I am too, but they ain't called the damn medication in now, so I'm gonna have to call tomorrow. But I don't know, that dumb bitch today couldn't even get that. I started to go back there and go, if you'll get out of my way, I'll get that a PDF for you, and I'll get that sent over to the hospital, and we can just walk over there instead of having to go to ours. But she just kept on, and Don's like, oh, and I kept going, oh, you're fine, you're fine. And I was like, can you just send that to our hospital, because they're both HCA, and we can just have it done there, and he can get the records there. Get the records from there, because I'm like, I don't know. And then I told Dom, we got out in the hall and told my husband, I said, they didn't ask for a copay. And he goes, well, you want to go back in and pay? I'm like, hell no, they can bill us if they need one. They didn't ask for one. That ain't my problem.
Yeah, right.
Well,
Absolutely.
you'll get the bill, I'm sure.
Oh yeah, Doodle. We was in there talking, and I had another question. My husband was talking to the doctor, and I just blurted out the question, and my husband started laughing, and the doctor started laughing, and he goes, "It's okay, I'm used to it." He goes, "That's my girl." He goes, "I'm used to it." He goes, "She's gonna ask questions."
Absolutely.
Well, my son's doctor recommends natural stuff for him. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they took him off. I'm sorry, I was like looking at Wisdom's comment, and I do believe that true with a lot of doctors, but I feel like a little more of them are coming around.
Oh yeah, because they know.
Just a little bit. My sister's doctor is apparently very on board, and she just went through cancer stuff. My son's going through some autoimmune stuff and stomach stuff, and yeah, we're turning to the natural stuff. And it's not that you have to incorporate Western medicine, though. You can never forget that. You have to combine them. Yeah. Be smart.
See, I don't have a problem with looking. Like I said, I'm going to get that NAC to see if it will help with his COPD flare-ups. But like I said, right now, we're probably not gonna see a difference with everything, and we might though. So I'm gonna go on and get it and go on and get him started on it, to see if we do see a difference.
It's worth a try, right? And to see
if it helps any even with everything that's going on, just to see if it helps.
Yeah.
And we'll keep him on it till he starts feeling better. But like the doctor said, it could be weeks to months. And he said he did have a patient that had the MAC, and he said it took her about 2 months to start feeling really good. And he said she came in 2 months, and he said she's told him she felt really, really good. So, but now I don't know if she had any underlying issues or not, but he just feels like total a pile of reheated dog shit in the microwave
come
right
back.
now.
It'll come back at some point. Just make sure he's chowing on them vitamins, because those will help him to keep his strength up. Did they happen to put him on any steroid at all?
No, they don't have him on steroids. He has we have an air cleaner already, Terry. We've had that for a while. He does have he takes Trilogy, which is like a 3-in-1 for his COPD. If I don't know if he will put, I don't think he's going to put him on steroids.
I don't think it
Because
would work in this case.
steroids will not work in this case. It's not a matter of strengthening his lungs. It's a matter of getting rid of the mycobacterium and the fungus.
Yeah,
So,
that's called, yeah.
he needs antibiotics and a antifungal. He does not need steroids. He
Yeah.
needs an antibiotic and an antifungal. He does not need the other stuff.
Like, I got steroids sitting by my bed right now that I didn't finish the last time they tried to give me them damn things.
Girl, you
They
put me
do,
on.
they do work. Now, I swear by my shots I have to get, and my shots are just straight up super anti-inflammatory, and that's what that is. But as far as taking that steroid like that, I can't. My body does not react well to them. I have autoimmune disease, no thyroid. I got a bunch of shit. That medicine messes with me.
So
So,
you give me steroids, I'll be cleaning the house, trying to roof the house.
girl,
I'll be
I'm
trying to
already
roof
like that. You know what I'm
I'll be
saying?
trying. I am too, but I'll be trying to roof the neighbor's house, roof our
Yeah,
house. Or
I'll be
pave
calling
the
every neighbor.
roads.
Can I come clean your house next? Can I come clean yours?
See, I
No.
don't like taking them like the prednisolone and all those because I want to eat everything in my house, and then I want to go knock on my neighbor's door and try to eat their dinner too. That's the problem with that.
You just want to eat for real?
It makes me want to
No,
eat.
man, they make my whole body just run nervous energy, and I cannot. My sister.
Oh yeah, you get that jittery stuff. My mother gets that too, and she gets like flushed from it. She doesn't like it either. So
yeah.
Welcome,
Yeah.
Dragon.
But
Robert
see,
Bell.
he had an incident back in, I can't remember if it was 2 or 3 months ago, where he was sick, and he went to the doctor, and they gave him a Z-Pack and they gave him steroids, and it cleared it up at the time, but
Gotcha.
it started coming back. So it's not an issue of the Z-Pack and it's not an issue of the steroids, because the steroids are not going to fix this.
Well, what the steroids actually do is they break down your immune system and then rebuild it for you so that it makes it stronger, supposedly, to be able to fight these things. That's what I've always.
No, steroids do not break down your immune system. I mean, they break down your immune system. They don't rebuild it. Steroids make you. Steroids are horrible for your immune system.
What I've been told though by doctors is the reason why they give steroids for like breathing issues and stuff like that. If you're sick, they're supposed to break down the immune system and help you to rebuild it stronger to fight what issues you have. That's
they work with a lot of different. Mine are prescribed for my shoulder inflammation, right? Not because I got a breathing issue,
right?
So they work for many different reasons, but they're very hard on your body.
Yeah, it's bad for your sugar for sure.
Yeah, so you have to take those things. You can't be taking steroids constantly. You're not supposed to. And that's why I only take a couple of days when I have a bad flare up and I have to go to the doctor, because it takes a lot to get me to go, because I'll damn near be dead before I have to go with my shoulders. So when I go, that I know they're going to give that to me, and I'll take it for a couple of days, but that's it. Once it starts to feel better and that shot they gave me kicks in, then I'll let it finish. I'll just deal with it. But I can't finish those steroids out because it just wreaks havoc. And I have autoimmune disease, so I don't need to be taking them like that. They're real careful with me with ibuprofens and stuff like that. All this stuff, a lot of things. So you just have to, take what you need when you need it, and then implement your natural stuff if that's what you're into.
They're supposed to take the inflammation out of your, like when your lungs are inflamed.
And they will. But it's and I know that, and I will say this. Now, a lot of people.
I'm sorry. Doodle, I need to message you privately about some stuff, because I got questions for you, girlfriend. I see what your comment is about you have to take it twice a day. That's interesting. I guess, some people have to take it like that, and I hope it works for you, though.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kimber, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine, honey. You're fine. I will say this. My husband's grandmother years ago, of course, she's passed away now, but a lot of people that have had kidney transplants or organ transplants, they have to take steroids, but it suppresses the immune system. So, and they take that along with rejection medicine, but the steroids suppress the immune system too. So that probably helps with them not rejecting as well. But she did have to take steroids.
Yeah.
So, but but I know that a steroid is not going to be a thing that's going to help strengthen anything. And it may be a case eventually where they could put him on steroids after, if there's any damage to his lungs to help strengthen. But right now, they don't want to do anything to suppress, I don't think, to suppress his immune system, because they're doing all this testing to
Well,
see
it's only
if,
going to really help if he's got inflammation, a lot of it. And if they're not
right,
willing to go there yet, then there's for reasons.
right. And they
Because
don't want
this
to
is not a
suppress.
typical, right, this is not a typical lung infection where a steroid's going to benefit at this point.
And they don't want to do anything to lower his immune system at this time, because they're checking to see if he's immunocompromised in any way. That's why they're doing all this blood work, because they're doing anything to see for the I mean, this blood workup is like, boom. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, Doodle, I know how it attacks your body, but with lupus, it attacks a lot of things. Most autoimmunes attack one particular. Like mine attacked my thyroid because I have Hashimoto's thyroiditis autoimmune disease. My son is going to be going to get tested at 17 for lupus. So I have but my mother also had this disease that I have, and we have been dealing with autoimmune for my entire life. So I don't want to see my kids suffer the way my mother and I suffered with doctors who don't want to listen.
My wife's aunt has Hashimoto's too.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife has the hypo. She has hypo.
If you have Hashimoto's thyroiditis, you are hyperactive thyroid. Eventually, you go to hypo, because Graves' disease is hypo. They've been telling me my entire life I would go hypo eventually. They also told me when I got my thyroid removed, I was going to gain all that weight I never gained my entire life. Guess what?
You didn't.
They're wrong. They're wrong.
Here's the thing. What I was saying though is my wife's aunt has Hashimoto's. My wife herself has hypothyroidism.
That's more like the Graves on the Graves side. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And that's very real. That's also that's very real. And so I was kind of like looking forward to it. Like I've been skinny my entire life. I'm so sick of the jokes and the do you eat and all this shit. Like, do you overeat? Let's just get real. So it's old. It gets old. And so I was like looking forward to gaining the weight. Never, I can gain it, but I lose it. I gain it, I lose it. It's just whatever. At this stage in my life, it's like whatever.
Metabolism. That's based on your metabolism. Welcome, Joe.
Yeah, mine's super high. Mine's way too high, but I'm hyper, so whatever.
Welcome, lighting the way for all. Jenny 8675309. Miss Cynthia, genealogist. Welcome. Let me see. Sussbusters. I think I caught everybody else. Norma Fralin. Welcome.
I love Cynthia's name too. Genealogist, DNA triangulation. You guys crack me up with your names.
So how about Caden was standing behind me one time, and she was Cynthia was in chat, and he was just standing there. He likes to do that every now and then. He looked and he goes, "That's a new one." And I said, "Who?" And he went, "That's Cynthia, gynecologist." And I went, "What did you just say?" I said, he goes, "That's Cynthia, that one." And I said, "Son, that's genealogist, not gynecologist." He went, "Oh,
that's okay." Funny.
And I lost it. I was dying. These kids, it's hell. My older son, one of my other sons was trying to say that one time too. They were having a conversation back when they were like 12 or 13 or something. And my daughter said something about going to the gynecologist, and he was reading something on a paper and he called it a gynecology or something like what the hell are you saying?
Yeah.
These kids, sound it out, son.
My grown son still does that with words. I laugh at him. I'm like, baby, you all right?
Mm-hmm. Sound it out.
Sound it out. Exactly.
My kids I still do that now. And I'll get funny because I'll see these adult children that are in their 30s going, because when they were really little, we taught them to sound things out by tapping their chest.
Yeah.
Their 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that kind of, and my kids will be standing there and they're trying to be nonchalant, saying a word. I'm like, what are you doing? Like, nobody can see you. Quit. It's hilarious. It is hilarious, though. I
Oh
love it.
yeah.
What the doodle? Of course you do. Of course you do. I have no doubts. She said, "Dang, I just made the computer doctor." Good God, doodle. Of course you
I
do.
love you, Doodle. Doodle for president. I'm just calling it.
Mm-hmm. Again, welcome everybody. Thanks for joining us tonight. I hope you're having a great night. So, what the hell was I about to say? Oh my God. I hate when this happens.
You sound like me earlier.
Hooked on phonics worked for me. Yes, Joe. That's it right there. I love it.
Hey, Joe.
Great to see you. Great to see you, sir.
Joe was chilling out over there, Mr. Steve's earlier.
Oh yeah, you can't go wrong with that. It's like going to school over there, guys. I love going to Mr. Steve. It's like taking a class and going in there. Every time I come out of there, I feel like I have some kind of refreshed knowledge that I didn't have when I went in there. It's amazing. I love it every time.
Well, it makes you think too. I mean, even it makes you think about your own theory for a moment. You know what I mean? And
yep.
Then you're like, damn, Mr. Steve, you. Oh, okay.
By the way, Leslie, what you said to me earlier about that interview, where did you see that, Leslie? Because I heard about it, but I haven't seen it. So if you can tell me, let me know. Let me know. There was I guess Seth Rogers gave a new interview about updates with him, and I try to follow that stuff to see what's up. I did, though. I agree with you, Doodle. I'd have him as a president too. I did watch something early this morning. Thank you, Leslie. That kind of caught my attention. It was kind of interesting. I don't know much about the creator. Never heard of him before, but things pop up in my recommendations because of the cases that I follow. And it was about Sebastian's case, and it was about something that happened in April. And I was trying to put dates and timelines together to see if it matched up with anything else. Now, the creator's name is Silver's on the scene.
Dago.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, do you know anything about that?
About him or
him and what he says he's got, or what he says he uncovered?
What I watched, I stepped back and thought about it, and I don't know what the results of it were. Okay, I'll put it that way. I heard him say that he was contacted by that local police department, so on and so forth, and I just went, okay. I don't take a lot of this stuff.
Was that after when did he say he was contacted by police department?
In his video. In fact, his phone rang during his video, and he said that was the local police department that they were getting back to him.
There should be a video ahead of that one then, and now I'm curious because this dude right here, he got ripped apart this morning on some of the call-out channels.
I kind of was figuring
out. I know what he claims he received, and I know what
the Walmart thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. And then I know that he allegedly, law enforcement did get involved because this shit came out on YouTube first. Because of him.
And it should have.
And then so I'm assuming he might have made a video since then to talk, and then the police call him. Okay, let's see.
Well, the video that I watched this morning was him at Walmart saying he went into Walmart. He didn't film it. And he talked to a couple managers, asked about footage, so on and so forth. And then he cuts back to he's in his car. And he's talking, his phone rings, he cuts out, and then he comes back and said, that was Cleveland, Tennessee law enforcement calling me back. I had left them a message about this situation. They got back to me, blah, blah, blah. That's where this happened, was Cleveland, Tennessee, which I didn't know you guys had down there. I thought we were the only ones with the Cleveland. But anyway, and I was
Cleveland, Tennessee's like a little podunk freaking. If you close your eyes, you miss it.
Kimber, let me ask you this. How far is that from Hendersonville?
That's my next question, too. Thank you.
Yeah, because I'm just cutting through the bullshit. This dude's done pissed me off, and I just haven't talked about it publicly yet. because this
That's
whole
why I
case
brought it
gets
up.
so sideways.
That's
And
why I
I'm
brought
not
it
here
up.
for anything else other than
Cleveland's
yeah.
Cleveland's 2 or 3 hours from
Okay.
Madison.
North
Okay.
or south?
Yeah, because allegedly this sighting is somebody traveling with a little group of people.
South.
Go ahead and play his stuff so we can review
It's
it.
south.
Go ahead.
Because see, Cleveland's
I'll
a
get my
very funny place
popcorn.
because you go into you go into Tennessee, out of it's out of Tennessee into Georgia, and then back into Tennessee, and then you're in Cleveland. It's stupid.
Okay, first of all, this person also, and I only caught a clip of this earlier because I can't stand to watch this creator,
Mm-hmm.
but I know it's something to do with him, and I know that I think they touched on it today at some point, but apparently this person that emailed Silver a tip that he himself was in that Walmart and witnessed this. You'll see what he witnessed. He also called into Dolly Vision before that and made statements, but never called law enforcement. Now law enforcement's been told about this alleged sighting. So these people who see these sightings or make these claims and then go months without reporting it and then contact YouTube need to be charged with something
That's just
to make it stop,
ridiculous.
to send a message to these blooming ass idiots.
Why would you contact a YouTube creator before law enforcement on any case whatsoever? That's my question.
Mm-hmm.
I do not understand, and that's why I wanted to ask you guys if you had heard about this, seen any of this, because I know you guys watch other channels and so on and so forth. I hadn't seen or heard this till this morning. It just popped up. I'm like, who the hell is this? And it had Sebastian's name, so of course I watched it, and I'm like, wait, what? And this is going back to April. Why is this just now popping up now? Okay.
Yeah.
So,
You don't mess with an investigation like this as a little boy's life is at stake.
right.
Not your drama, not your lonely life, not your I want to be on YouTube and talk to people. No. Sit the hell down.
Yup. Thank you. So now I know. I appreciate that because I've never watched him before. I watched that clip this morning and I went, this is ridiculous. Why has nobody heard of this until August 6th, at least for me? You guys may have seen it before, but
yeah, you care enough to send it to some streamers, but you don't care enough to contact law enforcement. Even when you heard that you allegedly heard someone say Seth and Proudfoot. Wow, go figure that shit. Both names were dropped.
Such bullshit. Sorry. Yeah, the whole thing.
I'm sorry.
No, you ain't got to apologize because I don't want to play it. I wanted to ask about it and see what everybody thought or if they knew who this guy was. But then she said it. According, I'll just tell you what the guy said. According to this creator, I don't even want to call him that, but anyway, this guy that put a video out on YouTube, welcome Molly, said that somebody contacted him and told him that he was in Walmart back in April and passed by a group of kids with two adults, teenagers, I'm sorry. And he walks on through and he goes over by the meat section or something like that. And for some reason, this kid walks up to him and says, it's a nice day for shopping, isn't it? First red flag.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah, it's a great day for shopping. Second red flag. And so then he's standing there talking to the kid, and he said that one of the adults yelled, Sebastian.
Or Seth. No, yelled Seth. Or no, you're right. Sebastian, then Seth, right?
Sorry, 11:22.
Is it really? He did yell Sebastian first, didn't he? And then somebody yelled Seth. Okay.
Well, here's what he said. What I remember him saying, at least, one of the adults yelled Sebastian, and the child turned around and like walked off. And then he said he was watching the group of teenagers, and the girl nudged him or something and said something. And then he said when he turned around to walk away, he mouthed or whispered Seth or something like that.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And then the girl nudged him, the one or the kid that was Sebastian, and the guy stomped his foot and said Proudfoot. And I said, this is the dumbest shit I've ever heard in my life.
Yeah. Now, this guy has also driven the path from the home all the way to Memphis. He has scoured the entire area. He stalks Chris Proudfoot's motorhome. There's an old abandoned house across from the campground,
Yeah, that was the other one I saw where he was standing in the woods.
and he
Yep.
goes in there and half-ass searches this house.
Well, then the other video,
It's bizarre stuff.
the other video that first one that I was watching today rolled into showed him in a field, and he's standing there with a camera filming the RV, the Proudfoot's RV, and he's saying, "If Chris was standing in his window, he'd see me standing here right now. It's right in
Yeah.
eyeshot." This guy seems insane to me, you guys. I'm telling you. So please don't watch it.
Well, hey,
no.
y'all do know that the sheriff of Sumner County died, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sonny Weatherford.
I talked about it
I
last
saw
night.
that.
Yeah, so
Did he really, Sherry? He dug the land up too. Good God!
Yeah,
These people are insane.
he's really you know, this is all a line of bullshit, all of it. And you know,
He's
it's
probably getting views. He's probably getting views for it too. That's the sick
oh
shit.
yeah. I'm assuming. I don't check. I don't look at that stuff. I don't think about it. But when I have seen his content, so I've known that it's out there. I just don't cover the BS, but or when I really want to go off on people for it, it's not my intention here, you know, to be in this space. But I can't help it. It's like the Maddie Soto case. Don't you YouTubers and shit, stay the hell out of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And like
Something
T-Rev.
this.
I'm
Something
not
like
scared. I'll say that to the day I die. T-Rev, you suck for what you tried to do to the Madeline Soto case. Try it again and see what happens.
Amen.
So
I'm
it goes for all of them. It goes for all of them across the board.
I'm gonna tell you a little something about T-Rev and the Madeline Soto case. I know. I can't say how I know, but that whole thing with T-Rev and the Madeline Soto case, where that fake phone call and all that has been reported to the DA.
Yeah,
good.
I mean,
Good. It needs to be. Those are the types of things that need to be dealt with, like right now, okay? Because it's too much bullshit that interrupts these cases.
Mr. Steve.
That has been reported. That whole T-Rev smoked phone call in the Madeline Soto case has been reported to the DA by a couple of people.
Good,
because people need to just stop it. You know, we don't need false stuff brought into these cases. They get crazy enough on their own merit.
Yep.
Based on the crime itself, the stuff that comes out in documents and all this extra stuff is crazy to me.
There's too many people that are following this and trying to put it out as factual information, guys, and that's the problem. Okay.
I would never put out anything that might, if somebody sent me something like a tip like that, you think I'm going to go jump in the car and go investigate it without calling the cops first? I'm not even going to go investigate it. That's not my job. I'm not an investigator like that. I need to notify the police first because I'm not. Why would you send me stuff like this? What am I supposed to do with it?
That's
Mr. Steve.
Good point.
Yeah, Jenny, her family can't even look at those documents.
We did a deep dive into those documents. They're horrible and disgusting, but we see what Stearns really is, and we're here for his prosecution. My channel is all about that prosecution of Stearns.
I mean, yeah, well, so is this.
Yours too. I know, yours too.
Every bit of it, down to the core. Absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, so there you go, guys. There's a hey, hello, Miss Cassie. And Maggie Marie, welcome. That's basically what that was. There was a warning. More bullshit, guys. So stay away from it.
It confuses people. Like I was talking to Dago earlier, and I said I saw a comment in a chat the other night related to the Delphi case, and this person believed it was a fact, but it wasn't. It was a theory that a particular person has that I know for a fact where it came from. I know the person's theory. And so I knew it, and it had just been talked about. So I knew where that person got it from, but they took it as if it was like a fact and was saying it in these comments. So people that don't know the facts would see that and think, oh, wow, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and it's not even close. And I was like, wow, we're allowed to discuss our theories, but it's like this guy's content. If you go watch it, just use your common sense,
Please,
please, and
please.
know that there's nobody going to email. Maybe some rando guy did email him, the same one that called Dolly, but what kind of merit can we put in that guy? You know what I mean?
Nothing. That's the problem. And we have to be, as adults, okay, as adults, when somebody says, and then he stomped his foot and said Proudfoot, you got to go, what?
What?
Shut up. Shut up and go home and sit
Why
down in
would
your
you
chair.
say Sebastian, Seth, and Proudfoot all in the same 5-10
Right.
minute store interaction
Thank you. Go
deal?
home and turn cartoons back on and eat your Wheaties, buddy, because you need them. That's ridiculous now. Come on.
Mr. Steve, I was thinking the same thing with the camera technology in Walmart. There is a chance to review because I
Yep.
watch a lot of Investigation Discovery and I
Mm-hmm.
see them reviewing
Walmart's got
Walmart
the
footage
best.
all the time on Investigation Discovery. It's like this is the footage from Walmart where he bought the duct tape, 40 shovels, some acid, some lime, some blah blah.
Paula.
Here's the receipt. Here's a picture of the receipt from the footage. You know, you can almost see the receipt clearly.
It's
So
all
yeah,
insanity, you guys.
Paula, I hope you feel better soon. I saw that you weren't feeling well. We were in live just the other night, and you weren't there, and we missed you. We
Yeah,
noticed.
I
Dago
was wondering
noticed right off. Yeah.
where is Miss Paula? She's always here. I was disappointed, but now that I know you weren't feeling well, I hope you're feeling better, dear. I really do.
Mr. Steve, apparently this alleged sighting, I think, was April. So
It was
I don't know
April,
how
yeah.
far back does Walmart retain footage.
Well, so according to this guy, the footage was given to Cleveland, Tennessee police. What? I mean, why? Why would that have anything to do with it? Okay. And according to what he said too, there's another thing that this guy that he talked to that emailed him didn't even know Sebastian was missing. Okay. Again, I'm sorry, but that's not true. I'm sorry. I don't believe that. Okay. Because of the specific red flags of the things that the guy said, you know all about this case. Okay. And I don't even believe at this point. I mean, maybe the guy did email him. I don't know. But why would he go to him when nobody knows who that guy is? Okay. Out of everybody that's out here, why would you go to somebody that we've never even heard of? How did you find him? That's the other thing. Okay.
Well, probably because it is like a troll-like type person. If it's the same person that called Dolly, then I can see them consuming this dude's content. So why not email the guy that's out there doing the boots on the ground work that law enforcement can't seem to get right?
But I never even heard of this silver thing. Like, how did this?
No, I never heard of him until he started trolling around Proudfoots, stalking them and
I
digging
guess.
digging all the areas right around where they're hanging out at.
Let's see. Joe said, even if your name isn't Sebastian, wouldn't you turn around to look at somebody who yells Sebastian? Yeah, I
Yeah.
would. Of course, I would.
Yep.
and I don't
Especially right
understand.
now.
Okay, Cleveland, Tennessee. I'm going to tell y'all what. Cleveland, Tennessee, to me, it's just such a rando place to pick. Pull up a map, Dago, and pull up a Google map and map Hendersonville to Cleveland, Tennessee. And I just want you to see where Cleveland, Tennessee is. And I just want you to see that it's just such a rando place and it's just such a little podunk town.
Well, here's my question. Does this guy, the Silvers guy, I wonder if he lives near there and just that's why he chose that place. Do you see what I'm saying? Because he could very easily drive there to do what he's doing.
Right, but it's just such a rando place to me. It's just such a rando place because it's not that far from Chattanooga. So why not say Chattanooga? Why not?
Maybe it's someone from the area trying to throw people off.
It could be because it's just such a it's just a rando.
I've never even heard of it. Never heard of it until
it's
today.
rando. It's just like honest to God, I never heard of it.
Someone from the area.
My nephew lived there with his mom and his grandmother. I mean, you know,
it is pretty much out in the middle of like nowhere.
Nowhere. It's Podunk, Tennessee. You go into Georgia, you leave Tennessee, go into Georgia, go back into Tennessee, and you're in Cleveland. It's
There
like
it
a
is.
weird little, yeah, see, it's Podunk right there. Podunk.
Well, if you're driving through there to go somewhere else, okay. But I had to wonder because I had never heard of Cleveland, Tennessee. I live in Ohio, where Cleveland is the real, Cleveland. And I'm like, what the hell? Since when is there a Cleveland in Tennessee? You know what I mean?
So 75 runs real close to there. Hang on,
Yeah.
hang on. I'm looking at the roads.
Right there, yeah.
Yeah.
Right through down like through the
So
middle.
if you were traveling away from where you just
Right,
April, February to April, that would mean you were still in the area between February and April.
for 2 months, and then you just
Yeah.
decide to take off and go north. Okay, yeah. 'Cause
Mm,
it's south of Hendersonville, you said, right?
Yeah. What's the map distance between Hendersonville and there? It should be 2.5 to 3 hours.
Hold on. Shit, I never do this right. How the hell do I do this? Hold on a minute.
Go direction. Click on directions.
Yeah, there it is. There we go.
then you just type Hendersonville to
go.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Bingo. 2
Mm-hmm.
hours and 55 minutes.
Yep. I was between 2.5 3 hours. Okay. Yeah.
So coming down. Okay.
Right.
Let
That
me
makes
see.
sense.
See, I don't know exact mileage, so I have to go hours. I'm not good with miles, but I'm good with hours. So.
It's 182 to 186 miles.
Yeah.
Whatever.
So,
Just avoid that stuff.
It's
So I'm
outside
not
of
telling you guys.
Chattanooga.
I'm not telling
Okay.
you guys who to watch or who not to watch. I'm not doing that. I don't do
Yeah,
that.
I don't. Y'all make up your own damn minds, but be careful out there.
Just be careful. That's all I was gonna say. There's a lot of these hacks out there and that's what I'm calling that, a hack, because that's bullshit to me. I'm sorry. I get not quite as upset as Salty does. Well, I do, but I don't voice it. I don't get as salty as Salty does. I should put it.
My name ain't Salty for no reason. I'm just.
You got reasons, guys, because these cases, there's too much bullshit that affects them that is attached to them like parasites. Okay, and that's not what we're trying to do with this stuff. And it comes off and it ruins and it messes with things. And leave it alone.
It's like this. We are all about the defendant's rights, but when you go to do this stuff to the cases, you are hurting the victims in the long run. You're not protecting anybody. You're not. All your accusations again. All your accusations. All you're telling me is you think that law enforcement's that stupid.
Yeah.
Because if you want me to have faith in law enforcement, Betty, then why do they need you on the scene? Because they're that stupid. They are so stupid they can't figure out the stupidest things, Betty.
Yeah.
I mean, come on, people. What am I going to achieve if I went to Hendersonville? I'm a pretty smart investigator. I can sleep around. What am I going to solve that nobody else, that the cops couldn't or wouldn't or didn't?
That's what blows my mind. Like, so you're better than these officially trained law enforcement officers that have been doing this, some of them for 35 years or more, that know what they're doing and been trained to do this kind of stuff. Come on now. What do you know?
Do I have questions for TBI? Absolutely.
Sure.
You got a lot of missing kids. You got some high profile missing children. I can tell you 4 right now that are unsolved to this day.
Right.
And when Florida was having a lot of issues and got a lot of pushback from the citizens of the state, that forced change for the better.
Absolutely.
And now we have laws on the books to protect these kids. So, yeah, I have questions, but does that mean I think they're totally incompetent? God, I hope not.
I know.
Terry, it's not just Ohio, cities, counties, and streets all over. You wouldn't believe there's a whole lot of streets all over the country and towns, and I'm sure there's a whole lot of Clevelands. I mean, it's just like Hendersonville. There's a Hendersonville, North Carolina or South Carolina. I don't know. Don't get me in the Carolinas because I get confused. North Carolina, South Carolina.
get
Those Carolinas confuse me.
Kimber gets
But
lost in the Carolinas. That's a
I get
song.
lost
That's
in
a
the
country
Carolinas.
song, Kimber.
It is. It's a
Kimber
country
gets
song waiting to
lost in
happen.
the Carolinas.
Yeah, but I
That's
mean,
right.
you know, it's not. That's purely coincidental because I mean, like there's a Greenbrier, North Carolina or South Carolina. There you go.
Oh,
Yeah,
there's
someone knows.
there's cities all over the country that have names. You know what I mean?
Alike, yeah. It's not.
Everywhere. There's
hold
duplicates.
on,
You know?
hold on 1 second. Looks like Miss Avery Murder Candy podcast
Nice.
gifted 5 new memberships out to
This
looks like 8675309.
309. Welcome. Welcome, guys.
Mr. Joe Schmo, welcome to the sauce, my friend.
Awesome.
Robin Brown, Penny Monroe, Renee Marie, all of you, welcome to the sauce. We got some new meatballs in the house. Thank you so very much, Miss Avery. We appreciate that so very much. And welcome.
Look what Mr. Steve said.
Well, I did
Well,
work
I did
with
work
you,
with
idiot.
you, idiot.
Surprise. Surprise. Yes.
We
I
get
believe.
it, Mr. Steve. I get
Yes,
it.
sir, I believe that.
I saw somebody say where they said that Silver's parents lived in Cleveland, Tennessee.
Gee, imagine, like I just said, imagine
Hold
that.
on. Wait,
That's
let me
somewhere he was familiar. Somewhere he was familiar with, huh, Dago?
That's what I said, guys. I'm not in true crime for nothing. You just think about these things for a minute and go, why would this guy pick this podunk random town like Kimber said?
Yeah, because
we are.
Wisdom, it is in BFE, because I can tell you, if I was going to pick a city in Tennessee to go, oh, I saw somebody, Cleveland would not be it.
Oh, and here's another.
If I was going to just pick a rando city,
Right,
to say,
you would expect a more populated area.
It would be a more populated area than Cleveland.
Because you could very conveniently could be there, like,
their
oh my
population
goodness,
is like.
Because you know what? If you're trying to hide out, you're going to blend in more with a big population.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
You stick out in those tiny towns that don't. You're new. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You get looked at more.
Mm-hmm.
Sure, absolutely.
What's the population of
maybe I'm giving
Tennessee?
away shit I shouldn't give. There may not be too many smart criminals out there, and I don't want to educate them, but you know what I'm saying.
Thank you again, Miss Avery. She just dropped 5 more.
Damn, thank you, Miss Murder Candy Podcast.
Yes. It's so very appreciated. JoJo Nanny, Shelby Lynn, Margaret Hofer, Handsome Calvin. I love that name. And Sunny Struck. All of you were gifted new memberships to the sauce. Welcome to all the new meatballs. We got 10 new members, guys, in the past 5 seconds. That's so very awesome. Thank you, Miss Avery, so very much. We do appreciate you. And God bless. I appreciate that so much. Welcome to the family, guys. And I hope you guys enjoy your stay.
What's the population in Cleveland, Tennessee?
That's a good question. Probably like 15. Let me see here.
Maybe 20. I can't look it up because if I do, it will kick me out of StreamYard.
I got it right here.
I'm sitting outside. I'm not at my computer.
49,475 peeps.
49,000?
Yep. So 50,000 people. So it's not super small.
Super small. Not like Delphi's small, 3,000.
But it is definitely a very small.
Yeah. Smaller. Right. It's like.
And my point is Chattanooga's right there.
Yeah, I saw that it was outside of Chattanooga.
Well, and here's another thought. How many people do you think are going to go to Cleveland, Tennessee to look into what he said?
Bullhorn.
I ain't lost nothing in
Send Bullhorn. Damn it, where's she at?
She might, but not too many people are going to go to this town that they've never heard of. So there's a good pick for that. You know what I'm saying? God.
I mean, I could see. I have no clue. Maybe someone would have went that way, but if you thought you saw that in April, you should have contacted the TBI. This is what I recommend you do. And I might be wrong, but I promise you, if I think I see Sebastian Rogers in my town, I'm calling my local authorities first. And I'm telling them what I think I see and why. And they can come and investigate it and determine what to do next, and they can contact TBI.
That's why
Because I need
didn't-
somebody on scene right now. What if my tip doesn't get through for 24 or 48 hours? Well, do I contact their department directly? Do I call that number, that 1-800 number? What am I going to get when I call it? I'm calling my local cops right now.
Okay. Well, the stupid part to this whole thing is if that ever, welcome, Christy, if that ever really happened, what an idiot are you that back in April, you believed this situation happened and you didn't say a word until August and you call this guy instead of law enforcement. And you, if that was true, then you very
And apparently called that Dolly dude before that. So
yeah, this is all bullshit, guys. It's complete. Unless you're a complete stupid idiot, I'm sorry for saying something like that, but that would be the dumbest thing you could do is ignore. Oh wait, I forgot. He didn't know he was missing at that point until he went home and
but
saw
he remembers the names he heard the people say.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Come on.
Yeah, I did get it, Leslie. Thank you so much, hon. I appreciate it. The whole thing is a farce as far as I'm concerned, guys. And that's what I wanted to bring it up for, is I wanted a reaction to see if you guys, first of all, knew who this guy was. And Salty, right out of the gate, knew, obviously. So good. That's good. And again, it gives you guys the ability to go, okay, like maybe we need to be careful with this one here. And because it happens, there's a lot of people out here that do those kinds of things. And it's not good for any of these cases, any of them. I don't care what case we're talking about. Whether it's Idaho, Sebastian, Maddie, even Summer Wells, it happens in a lot of these guys. So it's not helping these cases at all. And it needs to stop, for God's sakes. It really does. And yeah, Leslie, I don't know if you heard me, but I did. I got them, and I appreciate that very much. Roll Tide, Bobby. So again, everybody, bless you. I think that was a sneeze, wasn't it?
No, that was not a sneeze.
Oh, okay.
Oh, goodness.
I don't
You
know what
said
it was.
Roll Tide.
Oh, I'm making you throw up. Roll Tide, Roll Tide, Roll Tide, Roll Tide.
Joe, you made me get hungry when I read that.
What did Joe say?
Where'd
Where'd he go? I don't even see
he
him.
go? He's down for some spicy meatballs, slow cooked in homemade marinara.
Oh, damn, bro.
Meatballs.
Critical on that one. Yes.
And there was another comment. Who was it? Ask if we saw that Richard Allen had 60 confessions. I'm sorry, I'm looking for your comment now, but I might have passed it. But yeah, we did hear that.
We talked about that yesterday or the day that we did. Didn't we talk about that?
Did I go live? I was Sunday, I was live. We talked about all that in my live, and then we went over to your live.
Yeah, and Joe was in there, weren't you?
Yeah,
you were in both of them, Joe.
No, he didn't make the comment. Somebody else did.
Yeah. Sorry,
I forget who it was that asked if we saw that.
Misunderstood. My apologies.
It was Robert Bell. I'm sorry. He asked if we heard that Alan confessed 60 times.
Yes, Robert. We did watch it, and we kind of broke it down. And
I've been reviewing. I was telling Dago earlier that I've been reviewing some more of the stuff that's coming out of the 3-day hearings, and it's testimony from some of the experts, and that's the important stuff, really, in that I want to hear and need to hear to try to understand this crazy case. So I'm trying to get all that together. I'm going to be super busy tomorrow. Going to shoot for tomorrow night with Dago with it, but I'm going to really try to get it all in there. I'm going to go into my desk in just a few minutes and start getting the stuff together.
Yeah, tomorrow night, guys, for those of you that are interested, I hope, all of you, we're going to be doing a split stream tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's my time. That's why I'm saying it.
So that would be 8 for me.
8 her time, yes. She's going to go live on her channel. I'm going to join her, and then I'm going to open it up from my side and bring everybody in that way, too, and do a split stream, and it should be really interesting. So please, if you have nothing going on, mark that box off, that timeline on your calendar to join us at 9 Eastern. What is your time, Salty, down there? Is it
I'm Central Time.
Central, that's it. 9 Eastern Standard.
9 Central, 8 Central, 9 Eastern.
There you go.
Like the
Thank
lady
you.
on TV. 8
And stick
Central, 9
specific.
Eastern. I have to really think hard when I go to Pacific time. Only time I think about it is when Koberger has a hearing. I'm like, oh shit, how many hours behind me was he? How far
100%.
back over there are they in Idaho? I'm used to Central time and Eastern time.
Absolutely. Can we drop Salty's link in chat? Because I don't know if Avery
And this
has.
will kind of be like a part 2. We did. So I went live on Sunday, and then we followed that up with a live at Dago's, and that gives you a good between the two will give you a good backstory, a little bit of the case itself. Because when we do this next live, we're going to go over the stuff that we can get from the hearings, but there's only so much there. So what we'll probably do is present more of the story a little bit as well, because it's a lot, and we want to try to present it right. So
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. 100%. For sure. So yes, guys, check it out.
I love the expert stuff, Mr. Steve, Robert. It's
Always.
it's like the cases come down to that sometimes, a battle of the experts. What do you think is going to be the gist of the Brian Koberger case? A battle of the experts. There's no eyewitnesses except for Dylan. And all she can tell you is bushy eyebrows, dark clothing, muscular type build.
Yep.
That's it. So the only witnesses are experts. There's not 400 eyewitnesses.
There you go.
400 YouTube eyewitnesses.
Oh, by the way, for those of you that aren't familiar, when I do these late night shows, guys, there's no specific topic. It's a little bit of everything here and there. We just kind of talk. Sometimes it gets into a deep conversation. Sometimes it doesn't. We just kind of bounce around. So I hope nobody's disappointed.
So I do have an update I kind of wanted to go over a little bit. With Caleb Harris.
Oh, yes. Let's talk. Let's talk.
So his autopsy is out. You saw that. Did you see that yet?
The original, yeah. A while. Oh, wait. Caleb Harris?
Yes.
No, I didn't see that.
Okay. So apparently I'm sitting outside right now, but if you pull up one of the ones I have on the computer pulled up because I found some interesting stuff within that article. It's a people.com article. I went to go link you on the computer a few minutes ago, but I didn't. And now I'm on my phone outside. And if I do it now, I'm going to throw myself out of the
just
screen.
tell me where to go and I'll do it that way.
I just Googled, right, that the Caleb Harris autopsy and look through the stuff because I always do that way, and I kind of pick and choose where I want to look at. But the people.com, I never really look at their stuff. So out of curiosity, I clicked because I'd already seen some other stuff. And then I was scrolling down and there was something interesting in that article. And I have it pulled up on the computer. But it's about, yeah. So the autopsy results, guys, they don't have a cause of death for Caleb Harris.
Well, probably because of
and they're not sure how he got where he is. They talk about that well in the field, Dago, is brought up in this article. That's why I found it interesting.
Damn it, I can't. Hold on.
Do you remember you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
I can jump down real quick and grab the article and send it to you and then come back up.
No, I'm getting it now. My computer was not cooperating with me.
I mean, I can read it from mine, but if you guys want to see it.
No, it's okay. Hold on.
Mr. Steve, you still got that mannequin? Because I thought you said we know what Mrs. Steve was going to do to that mannequin if she ran across him. I can't believe you still got him. Oh, Lord. Yep. So we got to get to reviewing that video of Dylan's possible view.
Yes, that's the other thing I wanted to do too.
Because it's an amazing video. I was just so like, yes.
Is this yeah, I think this is the right one. If I'm wrong, tell me and I'll go back and grab the other one. Because there is another one.
Okay.
Is this it right here?
I believe so. Do you know that picture got me in trouble on TikTok? They said it was animal cruelty. Animal cruelty.
Are you kidding me?
No, I appealed because it was the only picture I used in that video.
Oh, good
and
God.
I was like, animal cruelty? The dude is just holding the fish.
Right. Welcome,
you know
Harbinger.
how many pictures on Facebook I have of my family just holding The fish.
You're not allowed to go fishing, I guess, on TikTok. Okay.
Apparently, they got rules over there. Apparently, they don't. You can be crazy as hell, but you cannot show a fish being
Agreed.
held.
Agreed. Thank you, Leslie. Oh, okay. I got that too. Awesome. News now. That is awesome. Okay, so let's see here. Uh-oh. Kimber's up and down. There she is. All right, so this says authorities have released Caleb Hare's autopsy report, but say that his cause of death cannot be determined with certainty, citing in part the fact that he had decomposed to a skeleton, which is what I figured, by the time he was found in Corpus Christi, Texas, in the Corpus Christi
Corpus Christi.
Texas sewer system. Good Lord.
Tongue twister.
And then how Caleb Harris died can't be determined. He had decomposed skeleton. Okay, let's pop that up here. All right.
Okay, so I scroll. Yeah, I don't even know if I read all that. I was just scrolling down the article looking, and it says, at the bottom, one of the topics was how did he get there, and I was like, so I stopped and read it, and that's where I saw about that. So I don't know if that. I was just scroll down so I can see if it's the same article or not.
It seems it's a People article, and I'm reading it.
Yeah. Okay. Go ahead.
Harris was last seen March 4th. We know you don't need all that. Hold on. Let me get down to the bottom here where they're probably... Here it is. So on Tuesday, June 25th, the Corpus Christi Police Department announced that a Corpus Christi city employee discovered human remains the day before in a 40-foot deep well before notifying police around 3:30 p.m. local time. The Corpus Christi Fire Department then donned hazardous material suits to retrieve the remains from within the well, which we all know. We watched that live. I think I was running that. On July 17th, CCPD revealed on Facebook that analysts with the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification determined the remains most likely belong to the missing student. Yes, we know that. Okay, moving forward. Deputy Chief Billy Breedlove of the Corpus Christi Police Department. That sounds like some kind of a rock star. Billy Breedlove. I mean, am I wrong? Listen to the name.
I just pictured him in my 80s brain, right? He's got
right. It's Billy Breedlove, everybody.
He's got 80s rocker hair.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
Although authorities have no evidence of foul play, it's also possible that an accidental fall was to blame. In an interview conducted on Thursday, July 18th, Breedlove said that around 3:03 a.m. on March 4th, Harris sent a Snapchat photo to a friend that showed a small bridge located a few hundred feet away from his apartment complex. About 600 feet from there, investigators found a manhole. Breedlove said, noting that its cover had been knocked aside. Although he couldn't say for certain how Harris entered the manhole, Breedlove said police do believe that the open manhole was Harris's point of access into the sewer system. In a eulogy, Uncle Jeff Wright remembered Harris as a happy-go-lucky person. He always had a happy smile on his face. Of course, all of that stuff too. But
so who was that? I don't remember who the creator was that we watched that went out in that field and saw that hole. Remember, we all saw it. There was
I had an email sent to me, and that's where I pulled that up from. I can't remember who sent me the email now, but
and it was that's the one they're talking about.
We talked about that too that night, and it was the conversation was if he was walking and it was dark, it was in the middle of the night. Was he walking, looking at his phone, and wasn't looking down and just stepped into the hole? You know what I mean? It's hard to understand that, but 40-foot drop.
There was just a kid the other day that went down in the backyard. Same scenario.
Yeah, but I mean, a 40-foot drop is going to take you out.
And I forget the darn creator, but Dago went over it in one of the lives. We reviewed it, and we could see this hole clearly in this field that he allegedly was walking in. And then when I read that, I was like, because of course we'll take the autopsy, which in this case they don't know what happened, but how did he get there? Where was his entry point? How do you believe he got where he was?
Do you guys remember which one of you guys sent me that email?
Huh?
I'm asking them if they remember who sent me the email. If you're in here, If you are, resend it, guys, because like I said, I've been cleaning these things out.
Dago, Leslie said it's the other one.
What's the other one?
I don't know.
This one? You mean the other? The one you sent me? Yeah, I know. I had both of those, but are you talking about this, Leslie? Maybe this will show it. Is that what you're talking about?
With in our 6 o'clock newscast here on KIII tonight. Big news.
No. Okay. Hold on then. I think I only got that one.
We have to go back and review your live to see that. To find out which one that was.
I only
But yeah,
got.
so I guess the authority, and then that was not an official statement by authorities. Like this is what happened, but that was somebody who believed. I don't know if they'll ever come out. Would they come out and say, you know?
Gotcha. This
That's
is the only.
that's an odd place to be found. So, how'd you get there?
Right. This is the only other one that I got on there, Leslie. You talking about this one now?
She said she'd email again.
Oh, well, okay.
Because
But
she
if
said the news. She said the newest. She said it's Caleb Harris 4 hours ago. She said the newest is 4 hours old.
Okay, hold on then.
She's emailing it again.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. For 4 hours ago? This is it right here, I think.
Yeah,
Hold
that's
on.
what she said 4 hours ago.
All right, all right.
And Mr. Steve said he sent you the Coburger video link. Use it in any positive manner.
Well, thank you, sir. I do appreciate that.
Yes, because it's really good, and I know people have so many questions about what she could have possibly have seen and not seen. And I'm telling you, that is the closest I think anybody's going to get. They probably need you in court, Mr. Steve. That's all I can say, because it shows you clearly what this girl probably did and didn't see.
Good. We'll take a look at that because it is very interesting. Now I got a Discord yell. Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold up. Jeez. Come on now. Work with me here. Yeah, that's what I have up, Sherry. Thank you. Okay. I got it right now, I think. Let's see. Bing, bang, bangity boom, bingity bong, bang. Okay. Let's see now.
Good evening to you. Breaking news into our studio tonight.
The Caleb Harris autopsy report was just released. We have a full copy and we are actively reading it right now. What we can tell you so far is that it is inconclusive how Caleb Harris died, and there was no evidence of any significant trauma at the time of his death.
Harris is the Texas A&M Corpus Christi student who was missing for months until his body.
Well, hang on now. Okay. Hang on. No significant trauma at the time of his death. If this kid fell 40 feet into a hole, something killed him. Did he break his neck? Did he drown? Like, that's trauma of some sort, in my opinion.
Well, if you remember when we were looking at that hole and the size of it, we wondered if you step down, would one leg go down and one go up? Would you break a leg?
Right.
Do you know, would you break an arm trying to at some point grab? Because that's a drop. You're going to be panicking and trying to
40
do
feet
something.
ain't no small little off the garage roof type jump, guys. 40 feet is 40 feet. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I need to. You got to find proof that he went in that hole. And if there's no trauma to the body, that's weird. I'm
That's
no
what I'm saying.
investigator. I'm just saying that's weird.
Well, as being an EMS for the years that I was in fire service and stuff, I've seen trauma from falls. I've seen trauma from different things. And to fall through a hole that big, that far, you're going to have some kind of a problem. It's going to cause some kind of trauma. That doesn't make any sense. So let's hear the rest of it.
It was discovered just a short few weeks ago. Harris went missing on March 4th, last seen at his off-campus apartment along Ennis Jocelyn Road. This would, of course, lead to a months-long search effort and investigation until a portion of his remains were discovered on June 24th by a city employee at a city wastewater lift station not too far from where he was last seen. After those remains were sent off to a lab at the University of North Texas on July 17th, those remains were confirmed to be those of Caleb. Again, the biggest update here is that it is inconclusive as to how Caleb Harris died. We'll have more details on our website with this story.
We begin with breaking news.
Yes, sir, Mr. Joe. Those are truth facts. How you know that, I don't know, but that is a true fact. Over 15 foot, you're going to cause 15-foot fall. It's going to be.
And that's what we were discussing, Joe, because we I wish we could get the video. Well, Dago, send one of your lives, but I just don't remember which one. But yeah, it's a regular hole. You know, wasn't the lid laying there, you guys?
It was off to the side.
We had even speculated there had been a storm that moved through the area. And I know Gulf waters, because I'm on the Gulf of Mexico, and I know hurricane strength. To lift that lid off that hole with water, it's going to take a lot of force, but there wasn't a hurricane anywhere in there, in the area to do that.
Right.
We don't know why the lid wasn't on there when the lady found it that went through the field, but that's the same hole they're talking about.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was the only other entry point to get into that facility the way that he would have other than.
And we were assuming it fed into the sewer system and did that body. Now, wait, some storms moved through afterwards, right? And some flooding. There was something that happened, and we were wondering if it started moving the body toward the plant through the system. If he did enter through that hole. And now they're saying they think that is the point of entry, but no, trauma is, to me, is odd.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Welcome, Scott. Good to see you, brother. Oh, okay. I got you, Joe. That makes sense then. Why can I not find my own video now, guys? Hold on a minute. Maybe if I typed in my correct title, maybe that would help. Jeez. Okay, let's go down this way now. When does anybody remember roughly when that time was?
Of when you ran the live?
Yeah.
2 months ago.
Like July or?
Yeah, probably. It would have been like a Caleb Harris update thing you did or something. Or we might have been open pant talking about him and Sebastian. I don't know, one of them.
Wait a minute. I think I just found it. Bingo. Hold on. I hate watching myself.
If I'd thought about it, I would try to pull it up earlier and get the timestamp on it, but I didn't think about it in time.
I think I pulled right up to it. That was weird.
There.
And look who we got. Miss Kimber's on stream with us then too, as well as Mom and Miss
And JC. Yeah.
Let me see. Is this the same? Yep, this is it. I pulled right down to it. Okay, hold on. And at that point, they have to transport the body to take to the coroner's office or Emmy. I don't know how Texas does it.
Yeah.
To do the identification. There it is, right there. She's uncovering it.
And they didn't look missing either, because I just uncovered it.
Yeah, but how was
Nobody brought him here. I'm just saying, like, maybe he could be stuck in the sewer.
Yes, I found him.
Maybe he fell in that one and he shimmied his way through the tunnel or something down to this one.
Mob crew.
And he's
There
stuck
we
in
go.
here. Maybe he hit his head falling down. And he's stuck in there. Right, maybe he fell. That's why he couldn't cry for help. I mean, they obviously did not search this area because I just uncovered them.
The
And
results
it's
of a
right by
DNA
the
test.
cottages.
Here's the thing. If
That's
they
a
did
sarge-
search, if they
And that was right across from the apartment complex, where they say he was walking through that area. So maybe he did fall in like we speculated, but I still think, I don't know. It's odd. Maybe he straight down and nothing happened. I don't know. What in the world?
Dago's talking on mute.
Dago, mute.
You're muted.
I was talking to myself, I knew what I was doing.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try this now. This was mob crew.
Yeah, they did say in the autopsy stuff that I guess I don't know if they're still doing, there was nothing in the toxicology either, and they were looking something about they could change the facts. They might change stuff later. I don't know. Like, what are y'all running more tests? I didn't get it. I didn't read it 100% thoroughly either. So
this was the period of time when he was taking a picture of that gloomy looking bridge, right?
Mhm.
And what's up, demon dog? So he goes from here at some point, the theory is, and walks across that field, maybe to go meet this person he was going to meet, and falls in this hole. How Caleb Harris ended up in the sewer line. Okay.
Mr. Steve, my email is kimbercrimes@gmail.com.
Harris went missing. Breaking news of remains found in a wet well located at a lift station very close to where Harris had gone missing were announced. Sadly, the remains were in such bad shape they couldn't ID them right away and were sent to a local university. From there, we could only speculate as to who it was and how they ended up there. Many, including myself, began looking into the sewer lines and blueprints and realized which ones fed into that particular lift station.
So this is supposedly going to explain how this could have happened. So here we are, guys.
Cool.
Here we are. All right.
Interestingly enough, there was 2 videos uploaded by a family searching for Caleb Harris. They had found an opened manhole and decided they would check it out. This was just across the street from where Caleb was last seen. This family went there approximately 1 month after Caleb had been missing, sometime in mid-April, and noticed this manhole was open.
It doesn't have anything on it. Okay. Now, they didn't search this area, the sewers, all the way, because I discovered this well. See, there's the cottages. I discovered this well. No manhole. Easily fell in there.
See, did you see the size of that thing?
To a
It's
sewer
big
line.
enough for somebody
The
to
sewer
just
line happened
whoop
to lead
right
straight
down there.
to that lift station where the
Don't you
remains
think?
were found.
Yeah, but
It's very eerie.
when you broke something.
Yeah, he should have broke a lot of something. That's big.
I don't know what I'd like to. I don't know. I'm asking everybody's opinion on that, really, because
From
if you
my
look at that, look at the size. I mean, there's a possibility you go in and your arms just go up and you straight down and nothing breaks.
Manhole led to a sewer.
But I don't know.
Decided they would check it out. This was just across the street from where Caleb was last seen. This family went there approximately 1 month after Caleb had been missing, sometime in mid-April, and noticed this manhole was open.
It doesn't have anything on it.
Thank you, Mr. Steve.
Now, they didn't search this area, the sewers, all the way, because I discovered this well. See, there's the cottages. I discovered this well. No manhole. Easily fell in there. And then this one has.
Now, my only issue with this is Caleb is an adult male. The size of this hole, how did he get down in there without being stuck? Okay, because I mean, it looks really narrow to fit all the way down in there to get down to where he got to. Do you see what I'm saying?
I guess it would depend on how deep it is. You know, these kids get stuck in wells, so how do they just get stuck
40
if
feet.
there's the same size? Yeah.
Easily fell in there. And then this one
I don't know.
This manhole.
I've seen small children go down these and get stuck. Yes, or fall down there. But Caleb is, you know, what, 6 foot tall?
He's a pretty big guy,
Right.
athletic build and tall.
Shoulders. That's what I'm saying. How did he get down in there and get without getting
I
stuck?
always expected that if he did go down that hole, he broke something on physics.
Agree.
Tell me
Yeah,
that logic.
I gotta
I
agree
don't
with
know.
that. I just can't imagine him going all the way down, fitting through that pipe to get to the bottom, which would probably open up more at the bottom. Okay.
Yeah.
And then what? Maybe that's what I'm saying, Michelle. If you're walking, both legs would not go in there like that. You would.
That's
probably,
why I said, would one go in and one go up, and it would have to break to go down all the way. It's going to break.
And that's what I talked about
hip or something.
when we first looked at this as a speculative theory. Was he shoved in there? Okay, that was my other thing. But there's no way to tell what could have happened to him before. Okay, that's the problem with this. If he was running, he definitely would have broke something. That's what I'm saying.
If you're going to put somebody in that hole on purpose, you have to know it's there.
Yes, you do. Absolutely. So his body could have been, yes, Maggie, thank you. So was his body relaxed going in? See what I'm saying?
Exactly. Right. That's what I've been wondering.
That's what I'm asking, because here's the thing. If he stepped into that accidentally while walking or running, you're going to do a split with your legs or something. You're going to bend up, stressed out. He's going to be screaming and yelling because he ain't going to get down in there. Somebody would have seen or heard this somehow. That's why I'm saying I feel like he was maybe possibly deceased and then was shoved down in that hole. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy freak. I'm just saying that's the only thing that seems to make any sense.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to go that far. I don't know. I have a hard time with him. I'm having a hard time understanding the physics of getting in that hole without breaking something. I can't get past that right this second.
That's what I'm saying. There's no way.
I still got to figure out how he ended up there and where he ended up at. How did he get there from this hole? So let's watch this dude's video and see how he got there.
Led to a sewer line. The sewer line happened to lead straight to that lift station where the remains were found. This video is very eerie considering this could have been the place the remains were placed into. 4 weeks after the remains were found, they finally released the breaking news. Sadly, the remains were from Caleb Harris. But due to the state of the remains, the medical examiner couldn't label a cause of death, but only noted that originally there was no obvious signs of foul play.
DNA test confirming the worst. The body of Caleb Harris, who had been missing for months in Corpus Christi, found in a wastewater well.
Recently, Chief Todd Green did an interview which dropped a lot of new information about the case that had only been rumored about.
It has been processed. It did lead us to different individuals that we identified that were in that area at that roughly that time of that evening. So what we had early on, we mentioned that we went out shortly after he went missing, and we scoured the area looking for surveillance video. Unfortunately, because it was so foggy that night, a lot of the video was very poor quality. We did notice several vehicles moving through the area, moving up and down Ennis Jocelyn in the immediate area that evening. But because the video was so poor, we couldn't get license plates off the vehicles. In most cases, it was really hard to determine a make and a model.
Listening to his interview led me to believe there are strong signs of foul play.
Lift station. We do, we can say that it is a very secure facility there. There's a chain link fence around the facility. It's locked with a padlock. For you to get into that facility, you have to pass through that gate. Once you get into that, inside the gate, there's another lock on the building, and the actual wet well where the remains were found is covered with a steel grate that also has a padlock on it. So it wouldn't be easy for anybody to intentionally dispose of the remains in that manner.
According to Todd Green, after the family had tipped in the manhole cover, they went and checked it out for themselves and dropped this huge piece of info.
Police say on April 18th, they did receive a tip about a manhole cover missing in a farm field 600 feet away from Caleb's apartment. After draining the well, nothing was found. But that would change in late June when there was a jam in the well's lift pump, believed to be caused by a human bone.
The likely scenario was that those remains were in a sewage pipe.
When there was a jam in the well's lift pump, believed to be caused by a human bone.
The well's lift pump jammed up, and it was caused by a human bone.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I meant what? Because I heard a bone.
Right.
From a human bone, it jammed up not far from there. Okay, tell me more, Mister.
The likely scenario was that those remains were in a sewage pipe, and the rain from Tropical Storm Alberto, as it was just a couple of days before that discovery, pushed those remains through the system, and ended up in that location.
So if nothing was in the sewer line or wet well in April, then this means either Caleb went on the run for a month, leaving his family worried sick about him. Then he came back and somehow fell into the manhole or broke into the lift station. Neither one makes sense. Or Caleb was abducted that night, likely being picked up by somebody, and since it was too foggy to identify any vehicles that night, they took Caleb away and eventually murdered him. The killer would then eventually place his remains down in that sewer line, where the remains would slowly travel to the lift station, perhaps intending to make it look like an accident. Unless they didn't check the manholes and lift station like they said in the interview, I don't see any logical way he ended up there on his own accord. I do pray the family finds answers, and if this was foul play, I hope the killer is brought to justice. Let me know what you think in the comments below. Was this a terrible act?
So when did they discover this jam in this bone? What did it say? How do they know it was a bone then?
That's how they found it. When they went looking for the jam, it must have stopped working.
Okay, so did a bone dislodge from the remains?
Mm-hmm.
A broken bone? Or
That would be, well, the whole thing may have separated because at that point.
I get that too, the tissue breakdown and all this, and it could.
Right,
Yeah.
and when the storm hit, the pressure from the floodwaters pushing through.
Well, that's what we speculated, remember? Like I was saying, there was a storm that came in afterwards. Yeah. There was a lot of flooding too that occurred right there because it was so close to the coast. And and we speculated that's what happened. When that occurred, it started moving that body.
Yep.
Through the system.
And it could have actually separated one of the bones from the skeletal remains, and sent that one flying into the lift pump. So yeah.
Yeah. That's crazy. But how did he end up in it's the question. I mean, I see that could happen. But did he fall in? Or was he placed in? You know, if there's no way to tell, I guess at this stage we'll probably never know.
Skeletal?
Well, here's what the problem was.
I don't think so, Kimber.
Because of where he was placed, or because of where he ended up. Okay, I should say it that way first.
Yeah. Graphic warning, discussion, stuff, all that.
The the decomp was advanced because it was in
Mhm.
sewage. Okay, and that will
Mhm.
break things down a lot quicker. Because there's no way if he would have just been sitting in the elements that he would have went that decomposed that far at that
Right,
short
because
period of time.
they have to put stuff in there, and there's also natural enzymes in there.
Right, and
Yeah,
Harbinger,
all that's going to break everything down through the
Yes.
process.
and what Harbinger just said here is you would have to levitate into the air, drop straight down in the hole for no apparent reason, with no injuries, and it doesn't make any sense. And he would still get jammed up, I would think. Okay, so I had to wonder when I first was watching this back then, and I think I stated it then. How, if that's the case, because there's no other way for him to get in there. Thank you, Siri. I felt then, and I'm actually more sure now in my mind, that he was placed there after the fact. But why would you put him, unless, like what they said, to make it look like it was an accident? But who the hell is going to believe that? If physics themselves, like you said, Salty.
Well,
How
I
did
mean,
that
no,
happen?
it's a pretty good. I mean, you got to say. I mean, it did its job. 'Cause
Well,
now you can't tell.
well,
So
that
I
was
could
big.
see but you'd
Yeah.
have to know about that hole, and you'd have to know, like the guy said, was he taken away? Something happened, then they brought him back and put him there. But you would have to know that hole existed out there
Well,
first.
that's the thing. And think about something else. Let's say, for instance, by some weird chance, that Caleb was able to step into that hole and fall down in there, and would have, in my opinion, probably gotten wedged because his body's going to be all discombobulated as he goes into that hole, which means that the lid's open. It's out in a field that is surrounded by residences and businesses. You don't think this kid's going to be screaming to get help, and nobody's going to hear that?
It depends on how fast he went in and down. It's a 40-foot drop, you said?
It
Or
says
how
that
much screaming is going to be involved? It's going to be heard
I
at
don't think
3
he could have went.
a.m.
I don't
in
think
the-
he could have went straight down there, straight down to the bottom, though, is what I'm trying to say. There's no
But
way that could have happened.
right, so that means he would have to been placed in there at the station.
Yeah. Or
Now,
after
interestingly
just
enough, that somebody was not reporting, that's the wrong word. I saw somewhere earlier that apparently someone made a comment somewhere. I don't even know where it came from, Facebook, I don't know. But like there's, locks on all this stuff, like at the station, the drainage, all this stuff have these locks on them. And if it was busted off, it would have to be busted off at the lift station and the cops would see evidence of that. Right? Because somebody was saying
listen to this again. Listen to this again because he just claimed something about that. So here you go.
Okay.
Bad shape, they couldn't ID them right away and were sent to a local university. From there, we could only speculate as to who it was and how they ended up there. Many, including myself, began looking into the sewer lines and blueprints and realized which ones fed into that particular lift station. Interestingly enough, there was 2 videos uploaded by a family searching for Caleb Harris. They had found an opened manhole and decided they would check it out. This was just across the street from where Caleb was last seen. This family went there approximately 1 month after Caleb had been missing, sometime in mid-April, and noticed this manhole was open.
It doesn't have anything on it. Okay. Now, they didn't search this area around the sewers all the way because I discovered this well. See, there's the cottages. I discovered this well. No manhole. It easily fell in there. And then this one has.
This manhole led to a sewer line. This sewer line happened to lead straight to that lift station where the remains were found. This video is very eerie considering this could have been the place the remains were placed into. 4 weeks after the remains were found, they finally released the breaking news. Sadly, the remains were from Caleb Harris, but due to the state of the remains, the medical examiner couldn't label a cause of death, but only noted that originally there was no obvious signs of foul play.
DNA test confirming the worst. The body of Caleb Harris, who had been missing for months in Corpus Christi, found in a wastewater well.
Recently, Chief Todd Green did an interview which dropped a lot of new information about the case that had only been rumored about.
It has been processed. It did lead us to different individuals that we identified that were in that area at that roughly that time of that evening. So what we had early on, we mentioned that we went out shortly after he went missing, and we scoured the area looking for surveillance video. Unfortunately, because it was so foggy that night, a lot of the video was very poor quality. We did notice several vehicles moving through the area, moving up and down Ennis Jocelyn in the immediate area that evening. But because the video was so poor, we couldn't get license plates off the vehicles. In most cases, it was really hard to determine a make and a model.
Listening to his interview led me to believe there are strong signs of foul play.
Lift station. We do, we can say that it is a very secure facility there. There's a chain link fence around the facility. It's locked with a padlock. For you to get into that facility, you have to pass through that gate. Once you get into that, inside the gate, there's another lock on the building, and the actual wet well where the remains were found is covered with a steel grate that also has a padlock on it. So it wouldn't be easy for anybody to intentionally dispose of the remains in that manner.
Okay, so that goes again. That answers what I saw earlier.
Mm-hmm. Unless it's the person that has the keys to all that stuff and works there.
You have to have the key to everything, and then there better be cameras there and a log showing people going to enter. I don't know if it's a water treatment place. They really care about logging in, like top secret, who's coming and going and when. I don't know. But if the locks were busted at any of the entry points, I have to have faith in law enforcement to see they're going to notice that happened.
Of course, and we'd have heard about it. So
I don't think he was waiting for his DoorDash, because the DoorDash was just supposed to be dropped off at the door.
Well, he was waiting. It was Uber, wasn't it, for the food?
He was waiting. It was a contactless
delivery.
Well, you can have that. Okay, you can always have it set to say that, but there are people that will still meet you outside because they know you're coming. And I know this because I am a part-time DoorDash driver.
Right.
So a lot of my peak customers, especially my repeat customers, they'll meet me outside for whatever reason. Some of them will not. They mean contactless, and by God, that's all. Don't even ring my damn doorbell. So, but I think he could have been walking around. He knows that the delivery's coming. He's not going to bed yet. He's bored. Everybody else done went to bed. They walked the dog. He's just chilling out, killing time, walking around. Or was he meeting somebody that he hooked up with?
And that was the other part of that was talked about too, that was a possibility. So
yeah, I mean,
you know what I mean? The thing is that whole area was searched at some point. Nothing was found. All this time passes, and then all of a sudden he shows up in that system. So, first off, how was that not noticed? That well not noticed when the search was happening? Because I know they searched that area. So that's why I believe that well opened up after the search was done.
Maybe it was just like, maybe it opened up after the storm, but the tropical storm, because was she there after the storm? I can't remember, but
yeah.
So say if it did, because tropical storm force waters and winds, they're not as bad as a hurricane, but they can do enough damage. Maybe it did become dislodged and move, but that would have been after his body went down that hole. Storm didn't come till after he was in that hole. The tropical storm.
Right.
The tropical storm came after.
And remember, Salty, that was my theory that that could have come dislodged.
Yeah.
Because of the force of the waters. And it could have just, the waters could have just come up, that could have went whoosh, and it could have moved it off.
We looked into that though, Kimber. After that last time, what's up, What the Fox? And he, by the way, he says you got to think if he dropped down there is a T-splice, which is true. That is the diameter of the pipe. There is many questions. If fell in, did he get there? No, no suction. Yeah. Okay. I'm with you on that, sir. What's up, Pat? But here's the thing, guys. When I looked into that stuff, what the hell was I talking about? Those manhole covers are super heavy. And I like really, really, really heavy, guys. Hundreds of pounds. Floodwater or no floodwater, that's not strong enough to raise that up off of there and move it to the side. There's no way that happened. Okay. Somebody moved that. Somebody's moved
Now,
that.
I'm going to say this because I live on the Gulf Coast and I've seen what a hurricane category 3, almost category 4 will do.
Sure.
It moves things you never think it would move.
Of
The
course,
water, just the water force alone, but they didn't experience that there. So I'm not buying tropical storm for. I'm giving them grace by saying that because I know what tropical storm force conditions do as well. I'm kind of an expert in that field. Been here all my life and I've faced many, many, many storms. So Corpus Christi, Texas is no different than the Gulf Coast of here in Florida. They experience this. So that storm hits the Gulf, it's coming to one of us, along here. So I'm having a hard time. I believe the flood waters could have, once that got in there, obviously it's going to move stuff, but not that lid, not tropical storm force.
I don't believe that. Tomby said she doesn't think it was even on there to begin with, which is very possible. Okay.
I don't think it was either. And that field is far enough from the coast that it's just going to get flood water at that point, not the slamming of the waves, right?
But the problem I have with this whole thing, they searched that area. They talked about searching that field, that area, everything. They had to have come upon that well. And I'm sure that they looked at some point down in there. I can't imagine. See, this is
how
hard.
did they know that? So if they found a bone later on and when something became jammed, they didn't pique their curiosity, or did they report it as a bone being found? Did they not think about it? Did they just say, "Oh well"? How they know it was a human bone? They had to have turned it in and reported it.
That's when they found
it was human,
right?
Oh, so right. I mean, I don't know. I have to go look at the timeline on that.
That is how and when they found the remains. From my understanding, is that the pump stopped working because it got jammed.
Okay, so they found the bone
right
in one spot and then the body in another.
That's how it came about, because when they found as the reason why the pump was jammed
and started looking into it,
they started where the hell did this come from? And
I
maybe
wonder if that's when they had to open that one where he was found. They opened it up and there he was.
Right, very possibly, yes.
That's what prompted them to look there, then, I guess. I mean, because ordinarily, I guess they wouldn't, you know what I mean, on the regular, unless you're doing your inspections or something.
Probably.
I don't know how that works there.
Well, I would imagine, like, when something like that stops working, that probably provides water to the whole area. And if that shuts down, that pump's not working, they can't provide water to the area, which is like a need to do right now situation. If the pump jammed, there's a problem, they send their mechanics in there immediately. Like, what the hell's going on with this? They find this situation because there's a bone, and there's a very good possibility, because that bone was lodged in there, that the rest of the remains were very close to that situation as well. So I still can't get to an understanding, because if you notice when you look down that well, the pipes at the bottom of that, they're not very big. How the hell did he get inside there?
Well, when you're
down at the bottom is what I'm saying. How did he even get lodged into that system is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, the question is, if he went into that hole, how did he get in there, you know? And I don't know if we'll ever know how he got in there.
Right.
Terry, I've not really heard of anything that's like serious with that involving Caleb.
No, he took the puppy back to the house.
Yeah.
He walked the dog. The dog was taken back to the house because that was
Mhm.
his roommate's girlfriend's dog.
Girlfriend's dog. Yeah, it was the girlfriend's dog, actually. So not Caleb's, but like Kimber said, the roommate's girlfriend's dog. But they were all like taking care of it.
And that's another possibility too, Michelle. The body could have been decomposing and it could have gotten, if there was suction going back to
Yeah,
the
as
plant,
it's
could have gotten suction through the pipes as it was decomposed, as it started to
and
decompose.
it's becoming
Yeah.
less of a body. You know what I mean? Like you were saying
Yes.
earlier, the
Right.
bone dislodging from the body and things like that breaking down. It's going to make it easier over time to continue to move it
Yeah,
through. I'm assuming. I don't.
I
I'm
don't either.
trying to use
That's in
logic
our
with it,
opinion.
right? Trying to go back to science
Yeah.
class and how shit
Yeah.
works.
That is a good point too. Avery made that she was Googling and found 5,000 adult people in the United States have fallen into manholes, resulting in death from the gas causing breathing problems. That is true too.
Yeah, because if you don't
Right.
deceased going down once you're down there, yeah, I could see that.
Because see, that's why they could
I
not
mean,
search.
it could be just go. Good night, Mr. Steve. Stay safe, you as
Good night,
well.
Mr.
Have a
Steve.
great night, Mr. Steve.
See,
Thank you
that's why.
again.
See, that's why they could not go under that bridge right there where he took that picture and search without proper equipment, was because of the methane gas. So there would have been methane gas in that manhole.
Right, big time.
I mean, it could have been just a very tragic accident, a freaking accident.
Yeah.
I don't automatically want to believe law enforcement missed something huge or, something nefarious went down, but
Well,
there's things that are questionable. I mean,
yeah,
if you're talking to people on social media that you do not know, not everybody has good intentions.
sure thing.
And people plan to meet people all the time who have horrible intentions.
And absolutely 100%. That's something that was looked into too. Harbinger could he have been placed in there sometime after the death, and if it was filled with water and he sunk, but don't water preserve your body? Now, see, that's the difference that people need to understand. Clean water or river water, something like that, sure, it will preserve it to an extent. When you're in a mix of sewage, which is feces, urine, and other things, the bacteria in that has a tendency to break down anything way faster because it's eating it, basically, per se.
It eats the evidence.
Yes, and so it goes away a lot faster, okay? And, makes me wonder if it was done on purpose for that reason, too. I'm just saying.
Well, you'd have to know, and you'd have to put some thinking into that to know. I mean, I would think you're not going to randomly go off and do this to somebody and then go randomly, oh, you know what? I could stuff them in that hole because that'll probably end up down. Oh, yeah, that's a cool idea.
We Google everything.
You're thinking about this one for a minute.
We Google everything, don't we?
Yeah.
Guarantee you that could be Googled too. What's a way to get rid of a body quick?
Oh, yeah. You'd have to look at the maps and know there's one out there. There's a whole, but don't think these people don't plan things. I just watched a thing I want to review, maybe not right now, but it was a news piece that dropped. This guy wrote a book, and it's some research he's been doing into the active serial killers moving through the United States right now. And I was shocked at the number of investigations going on because they could be serial killers, but they're long haul truckers. But it's a very small percentage. You know what I mean? It's not throwing shade at long haul truckers at all, because I absolutely understand they're vital and they're not all bad. So please don't make this about that. It's about them choosing that profession on purpose because they can move through the country undetected, right? So they think That's my point. They think if you're into that thing and you're going to be, Rex Horman had to think a lot. You know, BTK thought a lot. There's you know what I mean? They think about how, and so if you're going to put that much time and effort into that, then you need to know how this is, what's your plan, you know? It's not going to be a random thing, not in my opinion, unless you just get lucky.
Sorry, Dragonfly, if you're in here, yes, thank you. And I did send you an email back. That I appreciate you so much. I don't know, guys. There's a lot. I think that they think that there is foul play involved. The only thing that they did say that there was no trauma to him. That doesn't mean there's no foul play involved. And at this point, I don't know. Okay.
Murder Candy, as far as we could tell, there wasn't a ladder that went in. There wasn't a ladder in that one that was in the field.
It's not big enough. It's not big enough to have a ladder down inside there. Honestly, it's just, it literally looks like it's about maybe a 16 to 18 inch circle per se. Okay. I would be curious to know, what if there's a way to find out how big that is? Diameter wise, what
I'm sure. There is. It looked like a standard size.
Well,
manhole to me. The size of a manhole, guys. Is what it appeared to be to me.
No. It was smaller than that.
Smaller. I mean, it's not like as large for them. Maybe it's not. It's hard to tell in these videos, though, Dago. But I don't think it was so small he couldn't have fit in it. Because if somebody put him in there on purpose, he obviously had to fit in it.
Here's what happens with these wells like this, though. I'll show you guys real quick something. A manhole.
I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna go to bed.
Okay. Have a good night, Kimber.
Thank you for joining.
I'll holler at y'all tomorrow.
Absolutely, and I'm glad everything is working out.
Thanks, guys.
Yes,
good
ma'am.
Night. Good night, chat.
Good night. So here's the thing: a manhole like you would find in the street, okay, in the middle of the road. That's a lot wider, and it's made for that manhole. Is why it's called that. If you look at this, it's hard to tell it, but if you look at this, the top of this opens up at a certain diameter. Once you get to this darker part, it gets more narrow. You see how it closes in a bit more, and then down at the bottom here, there's sewer piping down here that's only so wide. Okay. So it's not a typical like manhole that you would see. I think this is called a dry well, to be honest with you. I think that's what this is called, and I'll have to double check on that. But this is 2 to 3 different diameters going as you go down. Okay. So as far as a human body fitting in here, like a drain in the field for flooding. Thank you, Harbinger. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Maybe that's why there was no top on it. Maybe that, but I don't think. I'm struggling with this. The more we talk about this, that he went in here. I don't see it. So if you look at the lighter part, you see how the circumference looks like this. Then once you hit the darker part, it gets way more narrower. And then there's the bottom. Okay. And then there's a pipe. And then you have the cross member that holds the pipe in place down at the bottom of this thing. I just don't get, something's not right with this. That was inside the facility, Fox, that the lock was on. Not this one, just inside the facility.
Yeah, if this wasn't the entry, then where was it? Because there was 3 different sets of locks you had to get past to get to the hole where he was found.
That's what I'm saying.
We just reviewed that. Yeah, I don't know. Make my brain hurt.
25 inches wide, 50 deep, according to police. Thank you. Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
So what was that again? What was the dimensions?
25 by 15, according to police.
I mean, I would say if you were even put down there, you'd have to be super limber to go. Which mean you weren't alive when you went. You were just
unless
up and drop. Oh, God, that just reminded me of something I heard. Okay.
Unless, and I hate to say this, but unless you were put in pieces, okay?
Yeah, but they didn't say they found him like that. Or do we not? Wouldn't there be evidence of that? Well,
There
hell,
was
I
a
don't
there was
know.
a there was a bone that got lodged in that thing. Remember
Well,
that was separate from the body. So
yeah, I know. When I mentioned that, when we kind of talked about how it just kind of naturally separated.
yeah, I didn't think about
So
that at this point, right?
yeah, so that's why I was asking a bone.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so did something break or was it cut? What the
Maybe,
hell? I
maybe,
mean,
maybe,
it,
maybe it was separated into pieces. You know, yeah, I see where you were going now. I didn't think about that then. That would make some sense.
yeah, my questions usually go deep because I see the surface, but God,
Well, I wasn't
if
even thinking at
they
that point.
didn't, but
Yeah,
they don't know. They said no signs of trauma, right? So I'm
that's
assuming that
true.
would mean he wasn't dismembered.
Well, that would definitely be trauma. See, damn it, back and forth, back and forth. I can't get my head right.
Dude, you sound like me with Delphi. Stop it.
Right. I mean, that's what I'm thinking too, Mystery, but this is crazy. God, this stuff drives me nuts. The more I look at this hole, I don't think he went in here. I don't think he went in here. Didn't they say they found partial? They did say that. Thank you, not today. That is right. That is
When?
right. I remember that stream. He said they found partial remains and that they had to send him out for testing, blah, blah, blah. Because I remember asking, like, where's the rest of it then?
Wait,
Sherry,
did they have a press
Sherry,
conference? Didn't we review all that? We reviewed all of the stuff.
I believe, yeah. And Sherry
So
said that they mean no gunshots or skull fractures and things like that were done to the body. So as
well,
far as
I understand what yeah.
they could be saying no trauma to not alarm the public, maybe. I don't know, guys. Damn. I was trying to read this police officer to see how he was, what he was going at when he was talking, but they're not letting anything out.
Yeah, they always seem sus when they act like that.
I feel like they're investigating this because when he said, where did he say it at? Because we're still on
They
it.
probably still are, but if they've reviewed if they have no evidence, they can't even see him near the home, identify these cars.
But that's one thing that he says right here. Hold on a minute. Listen to this and you tell me what you take from it.
Corpus Christi found in a wastewater well.
Recently, Chief Todd Green did an interview which dropped a
Listen to what he actually points to when he says what he says. I wasn't really listening to him, but listen to this again.
lot of new information about the case that had only been rumored about.
It has been processed. It did lead us to different.
Right there. It did lead us to different people. So maybe.
Yeah.
Let me finish this.
Individuals that we identified that were in that area at roughly that time of that evening. So what we had early on, we mentioned that we went out shortly after he went missing and we scoured the area looking for surveillance video. Unfortunately, because it was so foggy that night, a lot of the video was very poor quality. We did notice several vehicles moving through the area, moving up and down Ennis Jocelyn in the immediate area that evening. But because the video was so poor, we couldn't get license plates off the vehicles. In most cases, it was really hard to determine a make and a model.
So what that tells me now that I'm listening to him is that they do have some possible people of interest, but knowing that they were in that specific area, but they cannot clarify who for sure because you couldn't see shit that.
But he said at the beginning there were individuals that they know of.
Yeah.
So
they're
the only way you would have known that is you probably immediately did a geofence warrant.
Right.
Especially since he had communications.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So
they talked about that earlier on. If you remember, they were talking about the pings and stuff. Remember that?
Yeah, but if you've got and if you got surveillance footage, but it's grainy, and you've got these other things, but how do you in all that? How do you know certain individuals were there in the area? So you geofenced the area and got some cell phones hits,
Yep.
or look, you could see the cell phones in the area,
Yeah.
and you start looking at. That's the problem with geofence warrants is about to change, because what they can do with a geofence warrant is take a timeline and
Yeah.
capture.
Right.
They're going
Right.
to capture every cell phone in that vicinity. But now that warrant allows them to look at every single one of those cell phones versus picking out a few people and getting warrants on their phones to look at them. They're
Mm-hmm.
now seeing, yeah.
Then you look at those people, those specific people, and you break it down. Which ones have previous criminal charges? Which ones are involved in this? Which ones are involved with that? Did he know this person? Did he know that person? And then little by little by little. So I'm telling you, they got to be investigating somebody or somebodies at this point. I'm thinking possibly. And they're definitely not gonna. Yeah, Sherry, they're not gonna say a damn word. They're not gonna tip anybody off about anything.
No, that's standard. They're not going to say nothing as usual.
Right. But
If
I
they're
gotta wonder.
investigating it, then they have to. If there's suspicion with these remains or this body or whatever it was,
Mm-hmm.
we have to have faith they're investigating it, of course.
Uh-huh.
But
Absolutely.
we can still question and talk about it, I guess.
Well, you brought this up. Now I'm curious.
I just wish, and I hate to keep saying it, maybe I don't say it enough, but with social media being the way it is and the impact it's having everywhere, and especially on criminal cases, law enforcement needs to get better at communicating with the public.
Of course.
Don't
Just
keep
like
coming out and asking for tips and information and blah, 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 blah. And then once you find something, shut it all down. We're not supposed to ask a damn question.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I can do that, but I'm gonna go over here and talk about it.
Yeah, no, I that's what I mean. You're right, and you said that back when we with Sebastian's case.
It's getting old. Yeah, it gets old. They keep it close to the vest. All these, I know. I've been watching true crime for 35, 40 years, but it's time to change stuff. We ain't in the 1800s laws anymore.
Right, and they need to give us the ability, well, not us, but the public, the ability
They
to
don't owe us
understand.
anything either, right? I get
No,
that.
no,
But
they
if you communication with the public, if you
Yeah.
don't want the rumors and the bullshit,
Mm-hmm.
get better at communicating the truth and some transparency. That's it.
Sure thing. Sure
And
thing.
I don't think that's much to ask for anymore.
No, I agree with you. Welcome, Avery. How are you tonight?
Hey, I'm good. So I'm over here doing all kinds of measurements. Because now I'm feeling suspicious because I found the article where it says the police say the diameter, well, it was 25 inches wide,
Right.
the hole, and then 15 feet deep. So 25 inches wide. So I'm over here just I just measured my hips, which are 36 inches. So even if he's slender, because I measured my waist,
Mm-hmm.
even my waist at 26 inches isn't gonna fit.
No, that's what I was saying.
How could his hip area be smaller than my waist? I'm now it's not making sense to me. Now you guys have me all kinds of.
Dago said he would get stuck because he's a
100%,
pretty
he
big
would've never
guy.
made
He's
it
got a
through that.
big frame, you know.
And what about his from shoulder to shoulder?
Yes.
No, not gonna happen. Not gonna happen. I'm telling you. I was looking at that and I'm thinking, wait a minute, what type of a well is this? And that's why I went back to the point where they were showing the well, and I showed you guys the differences in the diameter here. It's way wider at the top, which is only 25, like they said. Once you get to here, it's probably more along the lines of about 15 or 16. You're not fitting a human body down in here unless it's in little pieces, okay? I hate to talk like that, but I'm just saying. And then when you get down to the bottom of this 15 foot, they were talking about something completely different than this dry well thing. I'm calling this, okay? I'm probably wrong, but that's what I think it is. There is a cross member right here that is mounting this pipe to the inside of this well.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
That's all this is. This is the sewer pipe here. Okay. And then down through here, there's other things. This is not, there's no way he went in through this.
Well, let me grab this article and post it in the back chat where the police say what the dimensions are.
That's fine. That's fine. Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Hold on 1 second.
She's right.
Mystery's
She's absolutely
comment.
right.
Oh goodness, Mystery. That's so funny. Mystery is not a murmurous, 100%.
Mystery, what?
She
Where?
used to drive long haul, but 100%
Oh,
not a
yeah.
serial murmurous.
No.
It's talking about
Now,
the truck driver
some,
serial killers.
yeah,
And then
I had,
somebody made the comment about Tony taking over the TikTok, Tony taking over Caleb's account. Yes, that's a whole. Don't even get us started on TikTok, Tony.
don't get me started on that at all because that.
I made a few videos on TikTok. If y'all want to go look at my account over there, it's True Crime Time. It's not Salty Sleuth Investigates, but yeah, I don't hold back.
Dago, is that the one I just posted?
Yep, this is the one you sent. You dropped in there. Absolutely.
Okay, somewhere in there it says 25 inches wide, 15 feet deep.
Right here. Here it says, although the police can't say for certain how he entered the manhole, which measured 25 inches wide and 15 inches deep, or 15 foot deep, I think. Breedlove says, there's that name again. Breedlove says police do believe that the open manhole was Harris's point of access into the sewer system. Not that one. There's no way. There's no way.
That's the one that. This is the same article that I was looking at earlier. This is the part that I was talking about.
Here it is. Here it is, right here. There are 4 other manholes on the roadway. Now that is a different type of entry point. Okay, those manholes are made for the human body to go down in to do work under the road.
Do work on it.
Yeah.
Right.
So those are the ones that would have the ladders inside of them.
Yeah.
And the lid.
Okay.
And the lid.
That
a heavy lid.
So this, man, I'm over here experimenting and measuring and everything, and now I'm curious because I was really thinking this was just probably a very bad accident, but now that I'm doing all my measurements, now I don't see how
he didn't.
I don't even see how his shoulders could have
He didn't
gone
go through that one that was in that video. He went through one of these ones. If he did, because they're saying right here, it says there are 4 other manholes on the roadway, and we cannot rule out that he entered the system in one of those. That's where I think he went in. Okay.
Well, why do they say they think it was that one?
I don't know. That somebody got confused somewhere because you can actually stand up in those ones that are in the middle of the roadway. You can stand up, head up and down. Straight up and down. Well, I mean, unless you're like 6 or almost 7 foot tall, that's a different thing. But that right there is probably where he went in at. But that's a whole different story because that's something that if you're crossing a road, you're going to see that gaping hole. I don't care what. And if you did step into it, I mean, I've seen this happen in cartoons and movies where somebody walk in, they're not looking and they drop through the manhole in the ground. Okay, I get it. I can't see if this is in the middle of the road, though, that the street department is going to leave that wide open. That's dangerous. They would put over one of those metal plates that they lay down on top of these things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So if that's how he went in, then again, we're back to, I think it was done on purpose.
So when I was researching it, because I don't really know much about manholes, I've actually never seen one in real life.
I'll show you one.
And I've seen. So I've seen where, so I guess this does happen like pretty often. There's attorneys, law firms who are dedicated to covering lawsuits, like just specifically for this with manholes. But what I was reading is that when people fall in and they get to the bottom, they have like this is just what I was reading now on the NIH.gov website. It says they get like at first they get like kind of a euphoric feeling because the gases hit them. They then vomit, but then they start because they're having trouble breathing and the gases are hitting them. And I think it said like usually within 3 minutes they're unconscious.
Yeah,
three
it'll
to 5 minutes.
it'll take you out for sure. It's
So
not
how big is that one, do you think? That looks pretty small too.
well. This is okay. Have you ever seen like road workers go up and down inside these things?
I've never even seen a manhole. I don't think we have them here. Never seen one.
All right, you see that? The ladder, there's the water rushing. Now this makes sense, okay? See how the water's flowing through there? If he went down in here, then bingo, the water's going to take him towards that pump station, okay? And he's going to be stuck in there somewhere at some point, probably wedged over that period of time. The flooding comes along because of all the water that gets drained into these sewer systems. And it pushes that pressure is pushing him into the system there.
So see, it sounds more likely that because if his body floated to where they found him, it sounds more likely.
This is where he went in.
The other one that you showed that didn't have a ladder, does it have running water at the bottom like that?
No, because that's what I was showing you, that cross member section.
Okay.
In there, that's exactly what that is. So this is a live hole. This is what they call a live manhole, okay? Because it's got the water moving through it.
So does this one have the gases and stuff at the bottom, like what I was just reading?
I think all sewer systems have that what is it called? The gas, the type of gas.
It's methane.
Methane gas, yeah. Yeah, if it's actually part of the sewer system, like Kimber was talking about before, yes, the methane gas is going to be there. And it will take you out quick. It's no joke. If you inhale it, you're down for. This is where I believe he went in at. But here's my question with this, guys. If he went in, they said there were 4 other manholes in the street. If he went in through one of these, why the hell was it wide open in the middle of the road? That doesn't happen around here. I've seen it everywhere. If they have a manhole open because they're working in there, okay? They cover it with these giant metal square plates for the night or the day when they're not working on it. They come back, they move the plate with like a crane or something, or
the city can't leave those holes open. If they do, they're open themselves up for lawsuits.
100%.
It's not going to be just left open accidentally. And if it was, the guy that was the last one that was in charge of putting that thing back on is now in some big trouble.
Big time.
That water is going very fast too.
And this is like, okay, for instance, I don't know where I forget where you live at, Avery, but if you
Alabama.
Okay, I don't know if you guys have. That's right. If like when streets flood where I came from, all of that like water, there's curbs in front of our houses about that high, and the streets would flood sometimes because this system right here would be clogged or backed up, and that water wouldn't drain. Okay, so here you go. This is how you have to move these things. And sometimes it takes more than one person because they're not light. It's not just
I was reading they're like 200 to 300 pounds.
And look, see what they're doing. Some of these are so old, they have to break the damn thing to get them off. Okay.
Wow.
All right. So I wonder if they're going to show him go down in there so you can see that.
How interesting.
But anyway, so all that sewer or all that rainwater that floods goes down into those square things you see on the curbs that are opened up. That's where it goes down through there. It drains down into the sewage system down below, and that's not raw sewage. That's a difference. That kind of thing. That's like that. What the hell? There's a name for it. I can't think, but it's not raw sewage like what would be running through a treatment center like that or that lift station. They run together at some point because they're
like gray water.
One comes from here, the other comes from this way. They come together at some point and they run through that station. Okay. The only reason I know any of this crap is because my biological father at one point worked in a plant like that, and I heard stories about stuff from my grandfather and my uncle. So anyway, And I
Yes,
did
the name alone tells you what it is.
right. There's there's storm drain. Thank you, Scott. Jesus. And then I've seen different things. I watch stupid shit, you guys. I really do. Things that mean nothing.
Every town has their storm drainage system.
Right.
Whether
So
you're
that
in a rural area or a city area, you got a ditch with a culvert out front, like I do, that's got running water through it. That's my
Yep.
city's way of maintaining the runoff. If I go into the city, I'm going to see the manholes. And I'm also going to see other areas where they have the same drainage, for shit to run off. Everybody has them. So how he got in there, I don't know. Did the boy stumble and fall into something that got left open that shouldn't have? Did he enter into the field and fell in? I don't know.
I don't.
Next time I go into the city, I'm gonna look for
I'm just gonna
manholes.
let law enforcement over there in Texas handle this one.
Yep.
I'm sure we have them in the city. I live in the country, so that's probably why I
you
haven't
do.
seen them.
You do. I've been to Warrior. I've been to Birmingham. They do have them. Most cities do, but country,
Oh, okay.
like you just
Yeah.
said, the culverts and stuff like that. When you live in a rural area, you have ditches, and then you have the culverts and stuff like that. That's where all that water goes there. In the city, they have this here. So yeah.
But so did you say his body didn't, or I think I heard you say, or somebody said he didn't have obvious signs of trauma? Is that what I heard?
That's what the police said. There was not there were no obvious signs of trauma, but like Sherry said, that would mean probably like, knife stab wounds or gunshots or something like that. That doesn't mean that he
Trauma is trauma. There's no sign of anything that was done to the body.
So was
nefarious.
but his body wasn't whole though, right?
Right. We don't know how intact it was. We don't know the condition of it. What was able to be determined because of the condition. And they said they don't have a cause of death. Toxicology was apparently clean. Well, I guess you could tell that much. So,
Oh, they did get his toxicology back?
I think that's what it said. It's in that report. I haven't even seen the full autopsy report yet. This is what I saw earlier when I was reading up on it. So
I have a feeling his family's going to have one heck of a lawsuit if it was just
that
open.
just depends if they can figure out how he got in there. If they can, if they believe it, that they're,
I mean, if the lid was just off, say it is an accident.
Yeah, I mean, if they're determined. Okay, here's the thing: if law enforcement's willing to come out and say that that's his entry point, why wasn't it covered?
Thank you.
I don't care if it was in an open field. It's an open field. Children could wander into the open field. There's 2 apartment complexes right there across the street. You get a couple of preteen boys out there playing, they're going to get into that open field. I don't want mine to fall down this uncovered hole you got in your field. So,
heck no.
Somebody's opened up for a lawsuit, if that's what they're saying happened.
Oh, wow. Look at that guy going right on in. Okay.
Now, see, this is what I was trying to talk about.
But still, if 1 foot went, because when you walk, you put 1 foot forward. You say 1 foot went forward and went in.
That's what Salty was saying. Like, is if he stepped into something like this, it's very rare that you could just drop straight down inside this thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking now. Is how would he get both feet down? Wow, this is an interesting one now. Oh boy.
That's why this is being questioned now by all of us and why it's so weird. Because if you look right here, hold on, sorry. When he gets to this point here, you see where he's at now. Okay. Damn it.
Yeah.
Stop moving. Okay, so that's where he stops. Now here, right here, where my arrow, do you see my cursor?
Yeah.
How did he get up under there to get inside that sewage pipe? That's the thing. Because he's a human-sized body, okay? That's where the water's flowing from. So, again, still, once he got down inside here.
Well, so say he did. Lands down there. How long does that body have to sit there and start to decompose before it starts to move through the system?
Right.
So I would imagine with it being, sewer water, probably fairly quickly.
Exactly. It's going to start doing its thing. and eventually it's going to turn things to mush. Things can start to flow.
And he
Bones.
could have been unconscious, right? From the
yeah,
from
he would have
the
had
the gases. So he
anything. He
didn't
could have hit his
scream.
head hard. He could have drowned. He could anything. If he went unconscious on the way down and landed in water, he could have drowned. I mean, there's all kinds of possibilities that don't
Wow.
involve someone stuffing him in the hole, and which we will never know because police need to keep that stuff close. I don't want their details of no investigation, but I expect you to come out and say something. We know you found the body. We know this autopsy was found. Can you elaborate?
Right.
I mean, just a little bit, a little bit. Is that too much to ask?
So have they
I'm
done?
gonna sit back and let Texas handle this one.
I may have missed it because I hadn't kept up on this case too much, but have they done press conferences on this?
No.
No. So no press conference or
I think
anything.
they did one when they found the remains, but I don't even remember if they did I don't remember if they did a official one or not. Do you, Dago?
Wow.
I don't think they did. I don't think it was like an official type full-blown press conference. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I
can't
hadn't
remember.
seen anybody covering a press conference, but then again, I miss a lot. So,
Well, we looked at all the stuff when they found him. I just can't recall if there was like a real press. I think there was, because there usually is a presser. I mean, they're gonna, but I don't think it was nothing more than we found him.
but if he was waiting on food, why would he just take off walking? He was barefoot, right?
It was remains found, and we don't know if they're Caleb's, basically. And now we know. Then we found out later it was confirmed, and now we've heard the autopsy reports out, and this is what they have found.
And he's the one who was. They showed him like out by the car. He was like walking his dog, and then food was coming, and he was barefoot. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Huh.
Now, see, this is down. Oh shit! This was down in Florida, right?
What?
No, where was Caleb at?
Texas.
Jesus.
Corpus. Yeah, Texas.
I'm slow tonight, guys. Sorry.
You glitching?
Oh God, yes I am. My matrix is all broke down. Sorry. One second. I'm trying to show you guys something too.
Well, if you're like me, Dago, there's so many different cases.
That's exactly what it
often
is.
get a mixed up. I really do. I have to think for a minute on which is which because there's so many. But I'm really glad. Like, I wanted to say this before I hop down. I'm really glad with like your channel. I found your channel, and I'm so glad because you cover a good variety of cases, and you don't just stay, like on one case, just redundantly.
I try.
So
I do try.
Yeah,
I've been stuck. Don't get me wrong. I've gotten stuck before. Salty will tell you I've been stuck on a couple cases where I shouldn't have been. Shame on me. But
I tell him when he does.
Right. I try to move it around, and I try to spread it out for you guys so that you can see what we're actually supposed to be seeing, which is true crime, not the stupid drama bullshit. You know what I mean? So
well, before I'm gonna go back down, but before I do, don't forget because I know the other night your internet froze and you were gone. So don't forget, if you will, to cover the man who deleted his whole family here near me in Bibb County.
Oh, the Bibb County scenario. Yeah.
Yeah, I find that one really, really interesting just because he is charged with 5 counts of capital murder, but he was not on medication because he was thrown off of disability. He couldn't get medication. So it's really interesting to me how this one's going to play out. But
Absolutely.
I haven't really seen anybody covering it other than somebody named Smiley something channel, and she was covering it all wrong, and I got ticked off because she was giving.
There you go. There's your red flag, honey. Don't go back. Don't go back.
I will. I promise you, just since you said that, I will make sure I do it.
Yes, we're definitely gonna
really?
make sure now.
Yes,
Definitely.
ma'am. I was gonna do it anyway, but that put the icing on the cake for me on
We
that.
got to put out the real deal shit.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, she somehow popped up in my newsfeed. I don't know who she is, never seen her before, but she was
I'm
covering
sorry.
that case. And so I was like, oh, finally somebody's covering it. And I clicked on it, and she didn't have any information, and she was putting out all wrong stuff. And so I got
Surprise.
frustrated and clicked off.
Now I'm sorry that happened to you, and I'm not even going to go into it right now, but there's reasons why it happened right now, and that's the same thing Salty knows. We will definitely cover it. Don't worry about that at all, and I'll do it right.
Okay.
I promise you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So
Okay, I'm gonna go back down to the chat, but thank you for having me up.
absolutely, thank you for your input. I appreciate you very much.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Hey,
All
Walt
right.
Harris.
Yes. Hey, Walt. And here, guy, this is the Corpus Christi Street. Okay. This is what we were talking about, where the drain water goes down into the sewer underneath the ground. Okay. And what happens, what I was explaining, is when this gets backed up and it's too full, this is what happens right here, is you'll see the water shooting up out of the manholes because it's come back to the surface. It's so deep. They haven't been able to let it out. Now, he obviously couldn't have fallen into one of these because you'd have gotten stuck. But if you have one of these in the road, and like what Salty said, like they don't leave these wide open like this, okay? And if somebody did, shame on that person, because that's gonna be a big problem. If he fell into anything, it had to have been one of the ones in the street, because you're not gonna fit in those little dry wells that we were showing in the beginning. I'm trying to understand how this could have happened. Which is what I think the entire conversation started with, truly, because now that I'm looking at all this and I'm going, wait a minute, something ain't right. Something's wrong. Something's weird. I truly believe that law enforcement is investigating this in some sense with foul play. Okay. Criminal Theory in Action. Welcome. Good to have you. What are we talking about? Criminal Theory in Action. Hold on here.
I just don't think if they have much to go on because of the fact they don't see a lot in the area. Apparently got grainy car footage, and have talked to a few people, and things like that. So even if something did happen, if it was put down there intentionally, I don't know how they're going to figure that out at this point.
No, because you'd have to have a visual of this to prove it, and
a suspect.
Yeah, right. Well, and now he did of death. All of that, guys, and they have none of that at this point. So what are they going to do with it? You know what I mean? I do agree with that. Criminal Theory in Action says, y'all are mean tonight. Now I want cake on another channel. I was talking about sketty pancakes and making me want funnel. Careful when you come over here, because we do talk about food over here sometimes. Just saying. But welcome to all you guys. I appreciate you guys being here. Troll investigates. Not Smiley. You have to correct her misinformation. She's dangerous. That is a fact, my friend. Be careful when you go there, guys. That's all I'm saying. I'm not going to talk bad about nobody. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Anyway, back to what we're going to look at. Yeah, I don't know why the hell she would try to cover that, because she doesn't pay any attention to any of that stuff either. Good Lord. I feel bad for her that she had to experience that too. Let me see here. Okay. I think, are you talking Avery from 2 weeks ago in Alabama, right? Yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Good Lord Almighty, I remember this now. Hold on a minute. I was actually going to look at this, and then I got sidetracked with another case. Yes, ma'am. She did mention this to me too. Thank you, Sherry, again for that very much. And I'm glad you reminded me, Avery, because I was going to look at this, and like I said, I got sidetracked and I never got a chance to go back to it. So here we go. This will just give you guys at least the icebreaker on it. Yeah, exactly, Fox. They are way bigger. What the hell's going on here? All right, hold on.
Children are dead in a mass shooting. A suspect who you see on the left side of your screen is now in custody. A large police presence was spotted on Green Tree Drive overnight in the West Blockton community.
ABC 3340's Kyra Purvis is live in Bibb County right now. And Kyra, we understand you have some new details just in.
Yes, Sarah, that man was taken into custody on the scene right behind me. That is the home. I'm not sure if you can see the driveway behind me, but we are told that this man is actually the husband of the victim and also the father of two of those children. Now, the man that you should be looking at on your screen is Brandon Allen Kendrick Jr. Sheriff Wade says he was found at the scene upon the arrival of law enforcement, and deputies had no struggle taking him into custody. Now you should be seeing the scene on your screen from last night. We've been told that deputies received a call of a shooting at around 8 p.m. from a relative that was inside that home. The State Bureau of Investigation has now taken over that investigation.
Well, we contacted the State Bureau of Investigation to come in, and they've taken the lead on the case, and they just finished up the scene a little while ago. Well, mainly prayers for the family and for the officers and emergency personnel that had to respond.
Now, we're told that scene was cleared earlier this morning. We were here from about 5 to 7, and it was cleared right after that time. Right now, Kendrick Jr. is in custody in the Bibb County Jail. Live in Bibb County, Kyra Purvis, ABC 3340 News.
Wow. Hold on a minute. Talk about some wild stuff. There's another one, I think. Okay. Yeah, okay. Hold on. I'm sorry that I didn't bring this to you guys sooner. Now that I'm remembering this, I don't know what the hell distracted me, but it definitely did. And I meant to talk to you about this a while ago. We're good now, Crimson. It's quieted down. The storm's passed. We're safe now for a while, till tomorrow probably. But thank you for asking.
People dead in Bibb County. The sheriff's office confirming a woman and 4 children were shot to death last night in West Blockton. That shooting happening at a home on Green Tree Drive. WBTM 13's Emma Owen is live at the sheriff's office there in Centerville. And Emma, what have you learned about the suspect in this?
Well, Sarah, Sheriff Jody Wade tells me the suspect was still at the home when law enforcement arrived last night, and he was taken into custody without incident. Now, he's identified here on your screen. They identify him as Brandon Kendrick Jr. And this midday, we've also learned new information about the victims. All of who were killed were below the age of 8. 2 of them lived there at the house. 2 others were just visiting.
2 of the children were his children, and the adult female was his wife. The prayers for the family and for the officers and emergency personnel that had to respond.
Now, the shooting resulted in a massive presence of law enforcement. They were at the scene for about 10 hours, and WVTM 13 was there as the investigation began last night. Wade tells me they got the 911 call a little after 8 for the shooting, and it was there that officers found the 5 victims. Now, the State Bureau of Investigation has taken over this case. As soon as we learn more information about the victims and the suspect, we'll let you know here on air and inside the free WVTM 13 app. Live in Centerville, Emma Owen, WVTM 13.
Wow.
I wonder who those other kids were.
They were cousins.
Mm-hmm.
They killed his own children and then 2 cousins, I believe. That's a damn shame because Jesus.
Kind of like that guy over there in Oklahoma. What was his name? McFadden?
Yep, Jesse McFadden. I was just thinking that. I couldn't think of the name. Thank you.
The other 2 girls were just friends that were there.
Yep. Here, I'm gonna give you guys a little something from. All right, 1 second, guys. Yeah, that's a damn shame. Like I said, not to mention, it's sad enough that he unalived his own kids, but now, damn, that's just a mess.
So I wonder what's to get confused about that coverage. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How could you? I don't know. I'm not gonna go watch that person because I could care less what they say. But I'm not the YouTube police. But
It's because
it's weird.
from my understanding is that she just doesn't look into things as she should, and she just throws out there.
Oh,
what
I
some-
imagine that already.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
can conclude that. But
That's
yeah,
my thought right there.
they're making excuses for his mental health not being good because he didn't get help. Is that where they were going? I don't know. It's kind of what I took earlier away from the conversation.
I don't know.
Okay.
That's why I'm throwing that up here real quick to see what this is. But hold on.
People call, oh, Pastor, you can't preach Sunday.
A pastor in Alabama delivers a sermon days after he says his grandson, Brandon Kendrick, murdered his wife, 2 children, and a niece and nephew. I have 7 details about what Brandon Kendrick's grandfather says happened and what may have led him to do the unthinkable. Welcome to Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Brandon Kendrick faces 5 counts of capital murder for the death of his wife, Kelsey, their son, Caleb, their daughter, Kinley, and the children's cousins, Colton and Haley Daniels. The crime is absolutely unimaginable. Last Thursday was like any other summer night, with some exceptions, of course. Family members of Kelsey Kendrick told the Daily Mail that she was trying to be a supportive wife to Brandon Kendrick because of his mental health issues. Kelsey's Facebook page shows a number of posts that would lead you to believe she was not happy for many months. She shared a video in April that said, "No one talks about the guilt you feel when you finally decide to leave someone you really love because they constantly hurt you and don't want to change." Kelsey also shared a TikTok video that started with, quote, "A man playing the victim in his life will say these things to his wife." It's really sad because there are other posts that show that the couple was once very happy. In September of 2022, Kelsey wrote, "Happy anniversary to my person. 6 years ago, I fell for you, and 4 years ago today, we said forever and ever. Throughout everything, we have stuck together side by side, and 6 hard years and 2 beautiful babies later, here we are with forever and ever to go. I love you so much." Last Thursday night, Kelsey, her children, and their cousins had planned to stay with family somewhere else for the night. But family members told the Daily Mail that Brandon Kendrick wanted Kelsey to come home. So she did, bringing the children with her. Brandon Kendrick's grandfather, Alan Kendrick, is the pastor at Oasis Church. He described in a sermon on Sunday seeing Brandon right before the shooting.
I will say this. "10 minutes before I heard a gunshot, my grandson was sitting in my bedroom with me and Gabe, laughing, talking, talked about the first time we ever took him to a restaurant for his 13th birthday. He had never been in a restaurant. We took him there for his birthday."
Pastor Kendrick went on to talk about the terrible childhood Brandon had had and the abuse he had suffered.
All he'd ever known for 12 years was abuse. Physical, sexual, mental, drug. When I got him at 12 years old, he weighed 58 pounds. He was on 9 different psychotic medicines. At 18, the system failed him. Took him off of disability. Took him off medication because we couldn't afford to buy it. Because they canceled his Medicaid. Gay and I watched him all these years try so hard.
Now, you heard Kendrick say that he was talking with Brandon 10 minutes before he heard a gunshot. He revealed other disturbing information. Pastor Kendrick claims that earlier that morning, Brandon actually called 911 asking for help for his mental health issues. He reportedly suffered from schizophrenia.
1 o'clock on Thursday morning, he's calling 911, asking for help, only to be turned down. in the bedroom with me and Gay. We're talking about the J. Alexander dinner we took him to. A few other things, we'd laughing, talking. His wife had gotten home. She came in, laughed with us a little while, left. He got up 10 minutes later, pow! I told Gay, I said, that's a gunshot.
Pastor Kendrick then described Brandon Kendrick walking into his home with a gun.
I didn't have my shoes on, so I'm putting my shoes on. Here he walked in our bedroom with a gun in his hand. She was closest to him. She grabbed the gun. It went off. I don't know how it kept from hitting her. Yeah, I do. Yeah, I know. Because our prayer team.
According to published reports, Pastor Kendrick then called 911. What the deputies found when they arrived was beyond the pale. 5 people shot in the head. Brandon Kendrick's wife, Kelsey, their 2 children, Caleb and Kindley, and the cousins of the children, Colton and Haley Daniels. Haley died later at the hospital. Brandon and Kelsey had been living in an apartment above the garage on Pastor Kendrick's property. A family member claimed that the door appeared to have been knocked off its hinges and one of the children was shot while trying to run away. Colton and Haley were not even supposed to be there, but family members told the Daily Mail that their mother was scheduled for surgery the next morning, so Kelsey was watching them. Family members of Kelsey, Caleb, Kinley, Colton, and Haley are reeling. They are now planning 5 funerals, and they're trying to figure out how to pay for them. They've set up a GoFundMe page hoping to raise enough money to pay for those funerals. Meanwhile, Brandon Kendrick has pleaded not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. One family member told a local TV station that plea was shocking to her, given what she knows about the family.
I want to take a moment to tell you about this awesome app that I've tried. It's called Upside, and it's great because it will give 25 cents back on every gallon on your first tank of gas.
Brandon Kendrick shooting 5 members of his family, including his wife and 2 children. And the fact that his family is saying he was declining mentally in the weeks before this shooting.
Well, apparently he's been declining for a while, but my first thoughts were this is a father killing a family, and we do have a lot of information about fathers who kill. Often they see their family as an extension of themselves. But I did wonder about not just the potential mental illness factor, but any other stressors in his life. And it seemed that he had lost his government aid for getting the medication that he needed. So he was not taking medication. He had lost his job. So then financial pressures were beginning to set in. And according to some social media, his wife was considering either separating from him or leaving him. And she had found him to be abusive, narcissistic, demanding. And so that's a lot of stressors on somebody who's also suffering from not really having mental resources. So I think when you see a lot of that coming together, but we don't know, maybe that he did not plan this, but they got into it.
My first question to this entire thing is if this man, and I'm not talking bad about him, I'm not trying to, I get this, I've seen this happen in a lot of different variants where the system fails in some senses with these people, but how did this man get a hold of a gun if he has these mental illnesses? That's
and I understand that he was 18 when he lost his disability and they took his meds and they couldn't afford it. But how old is he now?
Right.
And you're telling me he's got schizophrenia and he has this and that, and
how
but he's not being treated by a doctor. How do we know he had schizophrenia?
Right. Well, I mean, probably from pre-diagnosis at that time.
Okay, well, if you were pre-diagnosed at 18, then you turn 18, it's not like
right. I mean,
you don't lose disability only because you turn 18.
I think he probably lost like state insurance at 18 because once you're 18, you no longer get that. You go out on your own.
You don't lose disability at 18.
No, you lose disability for whether because you can work or it is what it is, however they work
it depends, but if you're my niece, when she turned 18, her disability carried over with her.
Well,
she was not mentally, I mean, she's not equipped to do it. So I'm saying
Unless
they don't just, it's not like an automatic, at least in Florida, they don't take away your disability just because you turn 18.
the
Your
only
health
way
conditions have to play a part in it.
the only way well, not here's what I'm saying though. What I've seen happen here, if you're on what do they call it? If you're okay, say for instance you're a child, you have a parent that's on disability, you can receive disability along with that parent as a child, but once you turn 18, then you have to go
Not
out and
in Florida.
you have to go out and get it on your own as an adult then. So I don't know if that may be what happened. That's how it works here though. See, it's different state to state, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't on disability as a child because a parent was.
In Alabama on SSI, they reevaluate every 3 years and he didn't qualify. Okay. He
Yeah,
didn't
you have to be,
re-qualify.
you go through evaluations periodically, right? And the
Right.
only way to lose your disability is not to qualify anymore.
He didn't re-qualify, she just said. So that's where
Right.
that happened. And he'd been
That's what I
trying, I
mean.
guess.
Thank you, because that's what I'm meaning. They don't just take it away because you turned 18. Now you got to go reapply on your own. It don't work like that.
Right. That's so that's where that dropped there. But I mean, if he had been pre-diagnosed at some point in his life with schizophrenia, that's dangerous. Like there should have been somebody coaching him through this or helping to push him through this if he can't make those decisions. Like that's that's a thing. That's a
And I understand there are many areas and cities that have horrible mental health offerings to the community.
Yeah.
But here where I live, there is a place over there in town where anybody can go. Anybody.
Sure.
I don't know the
clinic.
quality of care you may or may not receive, but there's resources out there. I do know
Yeah.
that.
We do have the free clinic stuff here too for people that
Yeah, I
can't.
mean, there are resources available. So at some point, we've gone through this, everything's just our mental health, need.
Right.
So we do have a lot of mental health resources in place now. So at some point we got to stop blaming not enough resources and wonder why they're not seeking the help.
Well, and
Because
that's what
some
I was
people
saying.
don't want to be on meds. They don't want to be told they have something wrong. And that is what it is. I'm not being
Some sense, yeah.
I got to look at each side fairly. And there's people who absolutely refuse treatment.
Sure, it does happen. There's a lot of people here that are homeless purposely because they refuse to go along with the things that the system are offering them. They just don't want it. They won't take their meds. They won't take the housing. They'll do what they want to do. And this is where they end up at, sadly.
It's not uncommon for somebody on meds to not want to take their meds.
Right, because of the way it makes them feel. Because I've heard a lot of people talk about, especially schizophrenics, when they take the medications, that it makes them feel like a zombie. They don't have any emotions. They don't enjoy life. They don't this and that. And a lot of them don't take it. So I'm not saying that that's what he did. I'm just saying it does happen. There's a lot of different instances. Now, this situation, I don't know if he wasn't educated as to how, and I don't mean like stupid, but I mean like nobody showed him or told him what he had to do to handle this situation to go
Well,
and
it
do
sounds like that preacher man wasn't
That's
stupid.
no, and that's what I mean. And like
There
if
weren't red flags on this guy all over this family. I mean, he lived
should've-
right there. He lived right there. You just said so.
that's what I mean. Like you should have been.
There was never any indication prior that guy was
Yeah,
unstable.
That's obviously, well, she says it according to what she was saying, that he was at some point in the relationship being abusive in some ways and this and that and everything else. If
Well,
you're
he said
living-
he was, lost his disability, he was off his medications, things were
Right.
not good. So I don't know.
This is just uncalled for and sad. It shouldn't have
I
happened.
have to look into a lot of things more before I even make, you know what I mean?
I'm not making any judgments on this yet either till I figure everything out. This is the first
There's
time
a
I've
lot that, I mean,
I heard this. Well, here's the other thing too, but I did hear that he called 911 at 1 a.m. and had no help. Now, what
we have to listen to what the 911 call said.
That's it right there. Yeah.
How did he say? I mean,
what did he say? That's the biggest part.
Yeah, I have a hard time, but I hate going straight after everybody sucks in law enforcement and they don't know what they're doing and blah blah blah. So if you call 911, you're telling them you're struggling and something bad's they're not, or did they not send somebody out to check? I mean, sometimes
Mhm.
it could be hours for a cop to get there. It depends on your city, from what I hear. But I just don't know with this one.
Yeah, well, let's hear what the rest of this says too, because this is crazy, really sad.
To an
Well,
argument. Clearly, he didn't plan to kill the other two children who were relatives who were brought back by his wife to stay with her because their mother was going to have a surgical procedure. So whether it was planned or not is not clear. Certainly, he was armed, but it does look as if he was reacting to something.
Colton and Haley are the niece and nephew who were killed. It's just absolutely awful. There are a few things, though, that you mentioned that are really, really interesting to me. The fact that, they weren't even going to stay there that night from the reporting on this story. He asked specifically for Kelsey to come home, and she did. So she brought, of course, all of the children because she was going to be watching not only her own children, caring for her children, but watching Colton and Haley as well. So he did ask them to come home. But what's interesting too to me is the fact that his grandfather, Pastor Alan Kendrick, gave a sermon in church on Sunday and said that 10 minutes before he heard the first gunshot, Brandon had been in his house and they were talking about old times and about, the dinners they would go out to in restaurants, and everything seemed fine. And then he hears a pop 10 minutes later. I mean, how can things go so wrong in a 10-minute period of time where you're talking to your grandmother and grandfather in their house, and within 10 minutes, you've killed 5 people?
So that's why I think he was reacting to something. Either he's reacting to something or he had relaxed with the knowledge of what he was going to do. But my sense was that there had been a plan in place where his wife was going to stay away, take care of the cousins. Their 2 children were with her, and he was asking her to come back, begging her. He kept calling and kept harassing her about coming back. And so that suggests some issues with his own sense of control over the situation. When she did come back, that was the period of time when he seemed to be relaxed, but then went out and shot all of them. And that's why I think a possibility was they were arguing about it. She might have been very angry at him for bringing her back when the plan had been set for her to stay away, to watch the other children, to help out the other family. And she probably was angry because we can see from her media posts that she's already annoyed at him for the kinds of things he's been saying to her, the attitudes he's been adopting, the fact that she now has the financial burden, but she can't herself carry it, take care of him, take care of her kids, and try to pay the bills. So I think it's possible they had an argument that things had reached a point where both were under stress and that he picked up a gun and then shot everybody who was there.
Pastor Kendrick also said that Brandon called 911 at 1:00 that morning. So, 12 or more hours before this unfolded, asking for help, and that he didn't get any help for his, mental illness. I mean, so he obviously had, if that indeed happened, he knew that he wasn't all right. He knew that he was in a bad place.
Well, you can't, each state has its own laws about this, but somebody is not going to be taken in for observation if they're not in imminent danger to self or others. If he did not express that he really thought he was going to harm somebody or harm himself, then there's really nothing a 911 dispatcher can do about it. They can't just take him in against his will. It's very hard to evaluate somebody over the phone. It's not clear how many other times he might have called since he had been off his medication. It's not clear what he actually said on the call. So it's hard to address that. And I also don't really know the laws of that state regarding that. Sure. But I do know it's very difficult to get people who are even in crisis into a place for observation, it is very difficult.
His grandfather said he took custody of him when he was 12 years old and that he had been the victim of sexual, physical, and emotional abuse. Probably not uncommon things for people, sadly, who suffer from mental illness. I mean, his parents could have had severe mental illness as well. Just a really sad case, though. If that's indeed the fact, he's raised by his grandfather, who's a pastor, victim of abuse, suffering from schizophrenia, in decline for some time, and then this happens. So do you see that as a common thread, that abuse coupled with mental illness leads to people who commit crimes to commit crimes?
Well, I think it's hard to generalize, but in his situation, apparently he was diagnosed with early onset schizophrenia when he was just 9 years old. When he's got an unsupportive family, he's subjected to abuse, having to be rescued by a grandfather. And I believe they were living in a garage apartment. So that's also difficult because he's failing in so many ways. And I'm sure it was very difficult for him to admit to that. We do see periods of time where he had a good marriage. His wife was happy. She's celebrating with him. She's celebrating him as her husband. So we know that there were times when he could get it together, when he could hold a job, but having that background from childhood on top of early onset schizophrenia, on top of not being able to get the resources he needed, or even if he did, maybe not taking the medication that he was supposed to take, on top of financial difficulties, we have a lot of events converging in this particular case that you would expect violence to come out of it. If he's armed, and that's a question too, how in the world did he get to have a gun? But if he's armed and he's desperate and he's feeling the pressure and he just can't take it anymore, you have the ingredients for violence.
It's just a really terribly sad case. And he's pleading not guilty by reason of mental illness and mental defect. Is it possible that people who are insane, and I don't know if you can answer this question, but is it possible that people are insane just for a few minutes while they're committing an act and then they go back to being sane? Is that a possibility?
Well, and we do know that he even said to his grandfather, "What did I do? And he seemed confused." We certainly have moments of lucidity with mental illnesses, even extreme mental illnesses, where they can seem fine and then they have a psychotic episode. There's all kinds of legal precedent for that. I think it's the right thing for him to do, plead not guilty by reason of insanity, because he does have a history of diagnoses and medication and the lack of medication and what he does when he doesn't have access to it. I think his grandfather actually made the statement that the system failed him. And that's possible. If he was no longer able to get the kinds of aid that he needed in order to buy the medication he needed, then that's a failure on the part of the system.
Dr. Ramsland, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
And that's it for this episode of Crime Fix. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with me. I'll see you back here next time.
The doctor sums it up quite well, and I usually watch Anjanette's stuff all the time, and I hadn't seen this one.
This is really sad. Yeah, I mean, I gotta agree with what the doctor said.
Because we don't know enough about his lack of medical care, or there's a murder candy. There's really not a waiting list for disability. You got to go through the process of being approved. What I'm not getting right now is if he was diagnosed at 9 with early onset schizophrenia, why did he get turned down for disability or released from disability at 18? And if it was a matter of you need to go out and apply on your own, that you're an adult now, then why didn't he?
Right.
And how did he? If the gun came from Grandpa's got to be aware if he was in a decline.
You got to
That
lock
should have
things up.
been locked up tight.
I'd like to have understood his lividity before this happened. Like, but here's the thing: is it sounds like he was going in and out of it.
Yeah,
Because the grandfather said that, before 10 minutes before that, he was perfectly fine, laughing and joking. And then he goes and rolls into this other scenario. But I have to agree
the
that there
10
was
minutes. I mean, within minutes, one
something,
minute you're fine, and 10 minutes
yeah,
later you're off in the whole family.
something triggered that. There was something that triggered him to
Something
snap.
quick, but that's a quick. I mean,
Right. Yeah, I agree.
It's a little too fast to snap suddenly.
I mean, it sounds like he was obviously on edge, and I'd have to see the lividity of the situation and how he actually was, and see what is recorded, if anything. Like I said, sometimes, and I'm not saying he is an uneducated person, but sometimes people don't know where they're supposed to go, what they're supposed to do with these situations, and maybe don't understand it, depending on how bad off he was. I've seen people that are schizophrenic that don't get reality. Okay. I've seen that happen. I've been hands-on with that.
Yeah, and I understand that they expect you to find your own resources at 18, but what I'm saying is in Florida, that's not the case. If
Right.
you are still considered handicapped enough to receive disability under the age of 18, it is going to carry on when you are over 18. It's going to be automatic and go with you. There's nothing else that needs to be done except you need to have those conditions and be diagnosed and being treated, right?
See, I
So
mean,
it's not,
you do have to
and some states
requalify.
have disability and SSI. Florida is one of those states.
Right.
SSI is a form of disability, but it's run by our state treasurer money, not the federal government disability money. It's different. So,
Right.
and you're allowed to work and different things go on, but there are different states and different counties and cities, I guess, will have poor resources and some will have better. And law enforcement has, in our areas, have gotten better at trying to implement programs to help them deal with mental health better. Because we didn't raise hell about mental health for no reason. God, I hope not.
Yeah.
That's
No,
all we've heard after mass shooting, after mass shooting, after mass shooting is mental health, mental health. So let's fix it and do something.
I agree.
Because I can't stand just sitting around complaining about the shit. So
Yep.
we have really, there are programs out there who are trying. So I understand it's a gray area and a lot more needs to be done. But you also have to be proactive at trying to receive the help you need.
That's very
And if
important.
you're not capable, the people who love you should go to the ends of the earth to try to get it.
I agree with totally. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that there needs to be accountability in some senses for both sides of the situation. That I agree with.
Yeah, I know, Sherry, I get, I know, but every state is different. And SSI is not federal the way regular disability is.
Ours here, we have SSI, SSDI, SSD, and
Yeah.
then we have the Social Security, like for the retirees type stuff. Okay. SSI is Social Security income, SSDI is Social Security disability income, and then
Yeah.
the Social Security, like I just said. Now, what has to happen here, though, this is maybe what they were saying. You get qualified for SSDI, which is the version of it, by going through the hoop. That's what I'm kind of on right now, is looking at this Social Security disability thing, or just disability as I call it. That's what I'm working on right now because of my back, neck, and all that stuff. So, but here, I think it is every 3 years here too, you have to be requalified. They have to look at your situation, redo everything. If everything stays the same and there's no changes and nothing's different, then you just keep going through as long as you can prove everything. If something has changed, whether whatever is wrong with you has changed, you've gotten better, you've healed, you can work now, whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's why they do the requalifications thing. So he obviously didn't requalify at the age of 18 for whatever it was. Maybe he didn't realize that maybe he was led there by whoever took care of him as a child.
His
And
grandfather.
once he became 18, it didn't
Now, once you become 18, if you're not capable of taking care of yourself financially, your disability, all these things, you have to put somebody in place to help, right?
A POA,
Because
yes, that's
my
exactly it.
sister has faced all of this with her daughter. So I'm not basing this on something I don't know about. I'm only going by my situation in
Yeah.
Florida. So that's all I can tell you about. I don't know
Right.
about all these other states. I don't study them. But
Exactly.
here, that's what had to happen with my niece,
Okay.
because she's not capable of really making all her,
Making her own
the
decision.
best decisions with her money and things like that. So, but her disability absolutely carried over with. There was none of this. Oh, you're 18 now. You're off of it. That's
Right.
That's the foster care system.
Yeah, that's well, and that's the whole different situation too. Congrats. Welcome
Yeah.
to Sauce Ruckman, dude. Thank you for that. Appreciate you very much. It's great to have you here. Welcome, Justice Jane. What's up, Avery? Welcome back.
Hey, I had to come back up just because I am in Alabama and this is not far from me. And that I went to college for psychology. That's, what I studied. But I
Right.
also am familiar with disability because I have a disabled child. And because since my car accident last year, I am pending disability
Right.
myself for my back.
Right.
Um, so when he was living with his grandparents, Pastor Kendrick and his grandmother, they were basing his SSI off of their income, because that's who was raising him. And he wasn't getting a monetary check, just like my son doesn't get a monetary check, but he had the insurance, the Medicaid. And then when he turned 18 and you have to reapply as an adult, they weren't qualifying him at all, not even for the Medicaid. But he finally did get his Pastor Kendrick and his wife were able to purchase his medication for a while. It's very expensive. And he was doing good and he got a job, he was working, but the medication needed to be adjusted
Right.
or he wasn't taking it correctly and he started declining and then he lost his job not too long ago. So he lost his insurance again, but he lost his job because of his mental health, status. So
Because
then
the
he lost his
because probably because the medication needed adjusted and it wasn't working right.
uh-huh.
Right.
Yeah. And so then so your body chemistry changes every 7 years. So not always, will the same medication keep working the same way, but so he lost his insurance when he lost his job and he's been declining since then. And I know Pastor Kendrick and his wife and the congregation of the church had been trying to come together and help get his medications, but they just couldn't get all of them. And
all right.
they had been reaching out to all these different programs because it is a 2-year wait here. And I only know because when I applied for disability, they told me straight up it's going to be at least 2 years before we even look at your application because we are so backed up from COVID.
That's what happened with me too. Yeah.
Yeah, so there is a waiting list. In fact, they're just now getting to me, and it's been my car accident was February of last year, 2023.
It's way
I'm
harder
going
to qualify. My cousin's in Alabama, and she
Yeah.
battled him for years. It's way harder to get disability as an adult in Alabama than in Florida, and she's 20 minutes, across the state line from me. But
Yeah.
it sounds like from what you just said, he didn't have full disability as a child.
He had
only had
SSI.
Medicaid.
Yeah.
Now, if you get SSI, you're receiving
Mhm.
money. But you said he
Right.
wasn't receiving money; he was just receiving Medicaid benefits, correct?
Yeah, that's what my son gets. So my son is on SSI, but his monetary amount every month is 0. But he does have the disability or he does have the insurance. So yeah, I mean
Well, in
now if
Florida, they would just give the child straight Medicaid. It wouldn't have nothing to do with SSI. But Alabama's very different.
Yeah. So, they probably didn't qualify for Medicaid because of his grandparents' income, which is probably why, they went the SSI route.
Probably
I
that
mean,
makes sense.
yeah, that's what we ended up doing. And also for us, like it was to also get the handicap tag and stuff. But
Right. To help
um,
with all that stuff. Absolutely.
Alabama absolutely sucks. So, Scott was talking in the chat about, going down to DHR, and DHR, will help you pay for your meds. They don't do that here. And I mean, we have these clinics here that
Thank you,
go
Leslie.
on go on a sliding scale, and they will give you if you don't have insurance, they'll go on a sliding scale for your copay, and they'll give you your medications right there in the clinic. But they don't really too much deal with medications that have to do with mental illness. It's more just general practicing. And so
Gotcha.
it is really, really difficult. So, and I can see, so I'm not real positive because of his wife's post on Facebook.
Mm-hmm.
It seems like she's saying he didn't want to help himself. So it seems like there was times where he just wasn't taking his medication. And a lot of times, what happens with patients is they're taking their medication, they feel good, they feel okay, so they think they don't need it.
They stop
And then
That's
taking.
normal.
Yep.
That's normal with a lot of conditions. That's why I'm saying I don't know enough about
Um,
this case, because if you're not taking medications, then you obviously were getting them.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And so, I'm thinking that's, when he was working based on the dates of her post. But I do know that she was leaving him. And I do know he was declining and he was reaching out for help. I know that Pastor Kendrick and congregation, I know they were researching different programs, trying to find something temporarily for him. I know he got the gun from his grandpa's house. And
Right.
unfortunately, here in Alabama, I deal with this with my neighbor. My neighbor has been diagnosed with very severe psychotic issues and is medicated, and they won't take his guns away from him even after he shot and killed my dog.
Oh wow.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
that ain't
they
good.
they still won't remove his weapon. So but he got the weapon from his grandfather's house.
Well, and that's the thing is like the only thing I'm saying here that I questioned was if Pastor Kendrick or his grandfather knew that there was a propensity for these things to possibly happen, that
Mhm.
I would have had nothing in my home that could have even been that way, that
Oh,
dangerous. You know what I mean?
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where you have to take accountability and say no,
Mhm.
no, no, we can't have that problem because
Yeah, I agree with you. Have them locked up or not even,
you don't
have
know
them.
what could happen and when. Anything can happen,
Mhm. But
especially if
what
it's
I'm seeing is two different stories. I'm from her Facebook post and what her family is saying.
yeah.
I'm getting that he didn't want to help himself, but what I'm getting from Pastor Kendrick's side is that he wasn't able to get the
That's the
medication.
Okay,
And
there
I
you
think
go.
there
the
it
There you
is.
truth,
go.
Yep, there it is.
yeah,
There it is.
and I think the
So
truth
I'm
lies
out
somewhere.
until I can get some documents in my hand.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
The
But
truth is in there somewhere in the middle of that is what it is, right?
the misinformation that I heard that made me so angry was, that he was on 19 different medications at the time that he did this a couple weeks ago and things like that. And that's what just blew my mind because he was not on, any.
How do we know that and not know? How do we confirm that?
I mean, I'm just going by Pastor Kendrick, knowing that I know that it wasn't just, his grandparents. I know the whole congregation was researching, trying to
So
in
where
the
did the
previous.
other side get there was 19 meds from
Right. Where'd that
the
come from?
wife's
No,
family?
no, they've never said that either. They've said the same thing, that he did not have medication and couldn't get to medication. I heard it on that other creator's channel that he was on
Oh,
19 different medications, and I was like, no,
that's
no, no.
okay.
You know, that's where wrong information was
Well,
being
but
given.
we're hearing he didn't have meds, but
Mm-hmm.
we're also hearing he did, and then he may not have been taking them properly and this and that. So I don't know.
She probably took a lot of hearsay, put that together, and put it out in her show as
Yeah, and if
Yeah.
people are taking what, and I don't mean any disrespect, but if everybody's getting their information from what the two sides of these families are saying on social media,
Mm-hmm.
mm-mm,
that's
But
not
see,
the way.
these
I don't
posts,
want no part of that.
yeah, but the post that the wife made about him not wanting to help himself is
Mm-hmm.
from quite a while ago when he
Well,
was
I'm more
working.
willing to take her word
Yeah,
over it then.
Yeah,
right.
definitely
Yeah,
over the other
but
creator.
I think those were dated in 2022 and 2023
I
is the
think
dates of.
I have some of these were just sent to me, specific links.
Mhm.
But some of these they're just like memes, I think, that were put out.
Yeah, yeah.
They don't have, hold on here.
That's why I find this case interesting. I mean, it's very, very sad, obviously, but the reason it's interesting to me is because I want to see what the final result is going to be. Is this going to be, really a system failure? Is this going to be, are we going to find out that, he planned this? It was premeditated. Like, I want to see
Well,
what the end result is
here
going to be.
here's the thing. Well, we know that he asked Kelsey to come home, and she did.
Mhm.
So if he asked her to come home, there's a reason why he
Now,
wanted her
they were
there.
already arguing. He was repeatedly calling her, telling her to come home. He wants her to come home, blah, blah, blah. I don't know why she did, but she did.
Right.
When he got there, I'm sure that wasn't calm peaches and, let's just chill and watch
Mhm.
TV situation.
Right.
It was heated. I bet it was heated.
Mhm.
Dude lost his shit.
Mm-hmm.
They did.
And
I don't even
now,
think I don't even think they made it in the house because they
well,
they
the
were
grandpa
all.
says they're sitting there talking. 10 minutes later, I hear boom.
Yeah, because she pulled up and so she was unalived and the four kids unalived all outside of the house in the driveway. So
Oh,
it's almost as if.
when he goes on a rampage wanting her to come home, and the
Mm-hmm.
minute she does, before she can even get in the house, he kills her.
Right,
I'm
right.
having a hard time feeling sorry for this dude.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know. I don't know for sure that they didn't make it into the house, but I know they were unalived outside in the driveway where she pulled in. So I'm assuming, that she pulled in and that's when it happened.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is gonna be crazy the way this works out. I can see it now.
It really is, and it's hard because obviously, the grandpa, he's he's going to take up for his grandson. He's gonna, say everything. We're gonna hear two different things. So I guess it's gonna. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll learn if there's a trial or. But I really want to know. I really want to know exactly what it was.
Right. I'd be curious to see. He's gonna have to have a full-blown mental evaluation, obviously. And I'd be curious to see what the outcome of that is. I'm looking
Mhm.
through her Facebook now, and I'm not seeing. There's a lot of memes that refer to different things.
So if he wasn't indicted by a grand jury, then there's a probable cause affidavit out there. And I don't know how good Alabama is about sharing their damn files, but I'm going to have to look at it and read it because I'm having a hard time right now feeling
Yeah.
sorry for this dude for not going out and doing everything possible to get help for yourself when you got babies to take care of and you know
Right.
something's wrong with you.
That's it right
Pull up
there.
your
Yeah.
big boy pants, get on with life, and go own it. Something's wrong with me. Please
Mhm.
fix me.
So
Yeah,
I swear, I can't no more with all these damn excuses.
Yeah.
I can tell you, Salty, Alabama is horrible about sharing files, but because they are so close to me, and I do want to cover this on my podcast, I will go over, to the courthouse and pay to
What
get
courthouse? What county is that courthouse in?
Bibb, Bibb, Bibb
Bibb
County.
County, right?
Yeah,
Where is it
I can.
near? Where is it near? Are you in
Well,
Lower Alabama? Are you middle, north?
Central.
Okay, you're in Central.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're
Hmm.
they're terrible about putting things online, but I will go get them, and when I do, I can email them to
You can
you.
FOIA. I guess you could do a FOIA request in Alabama. Do they do those fairly easily over there, or?
Well, they
'Cause
do, but
Alabama's screwy as shit. I've dealt with them my whole. I mean, I know
Yeah.
yes,
Alabama. It's right next door. You know what I mean?
they
So
are.
they're very
Yeah,
fucking screwy.
Yeah,
yeah,
my wife's family lives down there, and they've talked about
Yeah.
a lot of crazy shit that goes on down there. That's not what I would imagine is normal. So yes, I agree.
I mean, they
and
just
they're
have backwards laws and shit. It's not caught up to society. You know.
right. It is. Yeah, they're and I have I FOIA things here before, and it's like $7 a page.
Yeah.
Jesus.
So
That's
yeah,
Yeah. It depends. It can get expensive to do FOIAs.
mm-hmm.
But it is what it is. But
But yeah, if they're not available,
wait, let me
online.
check. Let me check and see if anybody on. Let me check. See
Okay.
if anybody's got them. But
Yeah,
this
because
case,
we might
only
know them.
thing out there right now is probably going to be PCA. I don't know if
Mhm.
anybody's got anything else like 911 calls yet, but I'll look into it and see.
That's what I'm looking right now to see if I can find. Hold on a minute. It may not be
Yeah.
out yet because
So
of
our
Thanksgiving.
grand juries here, they work every day of the week. It's very different here.
Yeah, but was he
So
indicted by a grand jury or was he just straight up arrested and
just
charged?
I don't see the
just
grand
straight
jury.
up arrested.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But I'm just waiting any day for a grand jury indictment. But this is just what I'm so curious to see
No,
because
they shouldn't. There shouldn't be a grand jury indictment if there's not a grand jury form.
Not
There's
if they
nothing to. Yeah, there's not a grand jury thing here because they have evidence he did it. He did it.
he
So
was
there's not.
there.
Yeah, grand jury investigation is like different. You know what I mean? Like they don't know. It's a different thing. This is
yeah.
straight up different.
Well, like
So.
I don't know if you heard about Kamari Holland. She
Mhm.
little girl who was her mother sold her to a
Yeah.
man and he unalived her. That was here in Alabama. They were arrested. They were charged with capital murder, but about 2 weeks afterwards, his grand jury indictment did come out. So a lot of times, I don't know. It's just case by case, but
Yeah. I mean, if they don't have enough evidence, maybe they have to go the grand jury route. But I feel like there's probably a lot of evidence here with this dude. Everybody's
yeah,
kind of owning he did it. So
yeah, yeah.
I don't know what a grand jury could investigate. Other than, and if you're looking at the angle that mental health failed him, the system failed him, that's not a grand jury investigation. So,
Yeah, that's what I'm curious to
I
see
don't
is
know.
what they're going to do with him because they have him charged with 5 counts of capital murder.
Well, then he'll go to
So,
court and be charged. That's what he's going to go to trial for if he makes
so
it that far.
yeah, so that's telling me that the DA's office they're not buying
They have.
the insanity.
They're
No,
probably.
well, it's not up to them to buy. They don't care. It doesn't matter. You can't determine that yet. You got to do a lot of
Yeah,
things
the
to
trial.
determine. You don't get to just go off your family and then say, well, I'm sorry. I've had all these years of not being on my meds and no help. And they're going to go, oh, okay, you're insane. We're done.
Yeah, because
No.
anybody can claim that. They have to prove all that stuff.
Yeah, his attorneys now need to prove insanity plea if he's going to go that route.
Right. Do you guys have the death penalty down there? I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Well,
we use it left and right. We're the state that had the botched
oh, that's right. Yeah.
the botched one, and then we're the ones who did the first what is it called? Nitrogen They just did that
Yeah.
man a few months ago where they did the gas thing. What is that called? The
I know what you're
the
talking about. It's I can't think of the name of it right now, but yeah, I remember reading about that.
yeah, we were like the guinea pigs, and the pastor who was in there with him was even scared because if any of it would have leaked out, it would have
Yeah.
killed him too. But we were like the guinea pigs, and I don't
Have
think
a
we're
great
going to
night,
be doing
Sarah.
that again because it went really bad.
It was a horrible situation from my understanding. Have a great
Yeah.
night, Sarah. Thanks for joining us tonight, dear. Yeah, that whole situation with that whole stuff that freaks me out. That's dangerous. as all hell.
Yeah, it does. It
But
does.
they're probably gonna be feeding the death penalty to this one because five capital murder. Come on now, that's
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
there's-
capital murder is going to warrant the death penalty, but it's
Oh,
up to
yeah.
those. You got to prove your mental status now because you did what you did.
Yeah.
There you have to take your punishment for it, regardless of your mental state at the time, because you could have been fined 2 weeks ago, from what I'm hearing. Who knows? You're in decline or you're not. You're doing good or you're not. You're on the meds or you're not. I have no clue at this point because I'm apparently taking information from two different sides of two different families.
Yeah.
And that's
Let me-
not
I-
something I'm gonna even.
Let me give you an example like of Alabama. This one's infuriating. Do you guys remember Cassie Carley when she went missing from Florida and her
Yes.
her daughter's father, Marcus Spanavello, had kidnapped her, brought her over here to Alabama, unalived her and everything. Well, we are so ridiculous here that Alabama cannot determine a cause of death, and this man is still sitting in the Birmingham jail with no murder charges, only kidnapping that led to death.
What the hell kind of charge is that?
And she was found.
I only meant to kidnap her. Oops.
Right.
What the hell? What the hell?
I'm telling you, it is so bad. I remember Judy
Wow.
Ron saying, "Oh, they're doing the odd," which Joseph Morgan is from Alabama, and he's awesome, but unfortunately he didn't do her autopsy. But I remember Judy Ron saying they're doing Cassie Carley's autopsy in Alabama. Okay, good luck because it's that bad here.
Yeah, I've heard stories like horror stories from my wife's family about they work in the medical field. A lot of them do. Just that alone, it's just like, what the hell? The insurance issues, there's so many different problems down there. I love Alabama to death, but their legal issues, the medical things,
yeah,
it's all
Dude,
a
they
mess.
didn't start turning their headlights on in the rain until like the mid 90s. I go from Florida to Alabama and I'm driving in the heavy rain. I'm like, why am I the only one with my lights on? What's going on here? I can barely see their stupid cars. And then like a couple of days later, shit you not, it's on the news. Just became the law. Turn your lights on. Don't forget. And I'm like, I thought that was like a nationwide law. I'm like, I don't know.
I asked my
I've not been.
And
I've
for
not
years,
been.
and for years, if you didn't want to get your Florida required insurance on your car, just cross the state line and get you a tag. People did that forever until they were like, "Oh, wait, what are y'all doing? Y'all finally caught on to what these people were doing."
They don't have
And
any.
they-
They don't have any kind of lottery tickets in Alabama either. I found
They
out.
didn't even require car insurance. Florida requires car insurance before you can drive that car. Alabama didn't for you. They do now. But for years and years and years, they didn't require you to do nothing but drive the car.
Well, I can tell you one thing. So last year when I was in my accident, I was sitting at a red light, just sitting there waiting for it to turn green. And I was rear-ended by a state trooper doing 55 miles per hour. His brakes failed. So I can tell you one thing for sure is they don't keep up on their vehicles.
That's a damn shame. That is a damn shame.
Isn't that crazy? Yeah, and I mean he very, very nice man and which I was unconscious, but he got out and he said I went to hit my brakes and I had none. And I slid in the rain and I mean I'm just sitting there at a red light and I'm like, wow. So That's Alabama for you.
Hello.
I was wondering what happened.
Is there anybody out there?
I'm sorry, guys. I was reading something.
Yeah, yeah, he's doing something.
Sorry. I just started reading into different things. Yeah, there's a lot of crazy stuff down there.
We'll catch up one day.
I mean, I
Right.
even asked when it snowed down there, which doesn't happen often, but it does now. They called, we were talking over the phone and stuff and talking about they throw cat litter on the ground or something, or sawdust. It was sawdust on top of snow and ice down in Alabama. I'm like, what the hell? What does that do? We throw salt on it here in Ohio when we get it, because we get it all the time as compared to what you get down there. And my wife's aunts were like, yeah, they had to spend the night at the hospital they worked at. I'm like, what are you talking about? You had to spend the night because the roads were too bad. Nobody could go home. And I went, what?
Yeah.
What are you talking
we don't deal with that shit down here, dude.
They don't know. We don't know how to drive in it. And I'm thinking, get in the car and drive
No.
home. Slow.
Mm-mm.
That's all you got to do.
Yeah,
I will
exactly.
never
Real
forget.
slow.
When I moved to Alabama from California, I was the biggest idiot. It was a Sunday, and I went to go grab some groceries, and I grabbed a bottle of wine, and I'm there at the register, and the lady goes, "I can't sell this to you," and I'm like,
Because it was Sunday.
I'm over 21. Here's my ID, and I felt like the biggest idiot. I couldn't buy alcohol on a Sunday. I was like,
yeah.
Where did I move to?
Well, and see, we have that here too, but certain places you can buy alcohol after 1 p.m.
After
on Sunday.
1.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now there's some places that they'll shut it down, period. You can't even buy beer sometimes.
Small town, deep South America, you're going to play hard getting a beer on Sunday.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go to the golf course and you have to pay $1 for a little permit thing to get beer. But I think
I hear you're going to be able to walk into a dispensary soon and just get
tomorrow
whatever you
morning.
want. Yeah.
And at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning, it's all opened up, guys.
Really?
Yeah. In Ohio.
100% recreational. Yep.
Recreational. Yep.
Wow. We can't even get it passed medically here.
Oh, hell. No, I thought they did.
I thought they did too, but
Oh, it's been a disaster. Nobody has been able to open one dispensary. It's back at the governor's office. Yeah, you still can't.
That don't
You still can't
surprise
get
me
it.
because I remember I looked into that because I was laughing like, wait, what? They finally going to do this? Because I knew better, but yeah.
Absolutely.
But yeah, they're giving us vending machines now where you can buy ammo out of the vending machines.
Yeah.
You can't have no weed, but by God, you can get your ammo.
Have you guys seen, how they used to have the drunk driving commercial?
You know what? I'm sorry, but this is funny. When I go to my brother's in Alabama, there's literally this big ass sign above this little old timey pharmacy, and it says, you can get your Viagra pills and your guns. And I'm like, what the fuck? I can't forget those two things right there. And I'm from the deep South, okay? But that shit was funny when I seen that. I'm like that. And it's a huge ass sign. I'm like, wow. Could get that Viagra so I can go hunting.
This is this was Cleveland news. I think this was this morning, if I remember right, or yesterday morning. But I'll let you see what they said. And I gotta ask: has anybody seen? You know how they used to have the don't drink and drive type commercials?
Oh yeah.
Right? Now I just watched one today. It's called it was Don't Drive High, and I went, what? And it showed they're doing commercials like that already. They're saying they're showing a circumstance that's going on, and then it cuts and says don't drive high, and I was like, oh God, here we go. But this is what they put out on the news. This was last night or this morning. I forgot that it's after midnight now. So
Now just hours away from the start of recreational marijuana sales here in Ohio. This is video showing massive lines of people in 2019 when it became legal in Michigan.
And business owners here say they're preparing for something similar tomorrow morning. But if you're planning to buy, there are a few things you should know.
Our Giovanni Ligi joins us live tonight to break it all down for us. Gio.
Well, this is really the culmination of a massive amount of work and the efforts of more than 2.2 million voters who wanted this all to happen. And this market is going to be heavily enforced, everything from law enforcement stepping in to how much you can buy, where you can travel with it, and even how it can affect your job.
We're going from 165,000 active purchasers in the Ohio program to far more than a million.
Starting tomorrow, the Forest Dispensary in Sandusky is one of 98 dispensaries across Ohio that will be allowed to sell recreational marijuana. Here's everything you might need to know from the Division of Cannabis Control. You have to be 21 with government-issued identification to purchase, possess, grow, or use it for non-medical purposes. Non-medical consumers cannot buy more than 10 whole-day units combined. For example, you'll only be able to buy an ounce of the weed in plant form or 10 packs of edibles less than 1,100 milligrams of THC total. You're not allowed to use the product in public spaces. You also can't operate a motor vehicle while using or under the influence. The Ohio State Highway Patrol saying today it anticipates an increase in drug-impaired driving.
It's not going to increase what's already there.
How do you test somebody to see if they're too high to drive?
That's what I was wondering.
I want to know this. I want to know what they're going to do. Is there a breathalyzer for this now?
I've been high for 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I came out with like some kind of finger prick.
This is what I don't understand with. I knew this was coming.
Goodness. Well, I mean, I don't want the teens out there puffing away and getting totally stupid and doing all the things. It's going to be obvious. If you pull somebody over and they're laughing, going, "What's up, dude?"
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be
high, dude. You're high.
Yeah, and they're probably going to do field sobriety tests and all that kind of stuff with it. And I figured it was going to be the same as alcohol, that's fine. That's good because it keeps the kids off of it. I mean, I shouldn't say that because that don't work, but it gives them a little more hurdles to have to get over before doing stupid shit. So yeah,
It's going to be interesting though because, like with the DUI, they can do the breathalyzer or blood work, but when it comes to
they will come up with
there's
something.
ways to tell. Yeah, you can test for THC, but
but it stays in your system so long they couldn't even do a blood test, right?
It depends on the person on how long that THC sits in your blood system and how much you've consumed.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into it. And I think there's a lot of still really bad misconceptions out there about marijuana that people don't understand about it. And, I might not understand your need for that daily drink either, but I'm not going to argue with you about it.
That's me. To each their own. That's how I look at it. Do what you got to do, what you need to do. That's your business. I used to do it all the time. Like I was always done. Okay. But something happened after I had this brain surgery. I became very anxious and very paranoid about things. I don't want to say paranoid. That's not it. It affected me differently. It was weird because if I would smoke something, I would I would go numb, completely numb, and even my lungs felt numb, and it was weird. And I'm like, Jesus, I can't feel this, and I can't feel that. And then the paranoia would sit in, and it was like, no. And I stopped I stopped enjoying the way I felt on it. When you become when you become paranoid about being high, there's a problem. Okay, so it just wasn't for me.
Oh yeah, I had friends that way. I'm like, girl, you're never, ever, ever doing this again in my presence. You brought me down. Stop
Take
it.
the fun out of it, right?
Stop it with your weird shit.
But I have a couple of my adult kids. They this is their whole life. They live this way. Actually, 3 of them now that I think of it, because the other one has been that way his whole life. And they advocate for everything. They will argue with you till the ends of the earth about all the good things it does. And if you try to tell them something bad about it, shut your mouth right now. You ain't allowed to do that.
Well,
And that's
scientifically, they can't find anything bad about it,
that's
Dago.
the thing, is the THC itself
Okay.
is very good for a lot of things medically, guys. It really is. So
THC is good, but CBD is also one of the main ingredients. That's your medical. But
yeah,
your THC has your psychoactive ingredient, which does something a little different if you want that or need that. And if you use it correctly, it is absolutely beneficial if you want to use that as a medication.
yes,
So,
absolutely.
I mean, I
Um,
just feel like there's a lot of, and it doesn't agree with everybody. Alcohol doesn't agree with everybody. But,
Yeah.
when they took alcohol away, the country flipped out, prohibition and all that stuff. But, we have battled and battled and battled this gateway drug forever. And then we put a ton of people in prison over pot charges,
Yep.
while the cocaine abusers and the child abusers have gone scot-free for years. Now you want to take into all these SA people that we don't have room for in these prisons. I just think people need to
So
calm down
true.
about it. We're not
well,
going to run around the state stinking it up with pot. Florida's probably going to legalize it recreational at the end of the year. It's already medical here. We are not smelling weed all over the state of Florida, even though we have medical. I don't think
right.
when we pass it recreational, we're not going to be smelling weed all over this. And that's like their biggest concern right now. We don't
Mhm.
want to stink up the state. Well, I don't think it will, because we got common damn sense. We're not going to smoke dope in front of your baby at the carnival.
Right.
Right.
That's just stupidity there. I mean,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of bad stigma attached to people who do use marijuana.
well, here's my question: is all the people that have been put in prison, okay, for doing certain things now, are they going to let them out? Because it's illegal now, recreationally and medically.
Yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
how do you keep those people in jail that were arrested, put in jail for this that way? I mean, at this point, that's kind of, I understand that it was before, but at this point, you should look at it and say, wait a minute, like that doesn't seem to make sense to me. That's another issue I have. But
Well, I
I
tell
guess
you the biggest improvement that I can say this because of my age and I do not care. In the mid 80s, while we were all getting high watching on the news about one day this could be legal, we're laughing, going, yeah, right.
mm-hmm.
Because right now y'all are so anti this, what we're doing. It's not even funny, but okay. And now here we are.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've never,
Progress.
like I said, to each their own. I've never, that's your business. I do what I do. You do what you do. I don't care what you do. You know what I mean? But with anything, alcohol, all of the cigarettes, everything has to be regulated. Everything has to be, somebody has to be in charge of it, and it needs to be done respectfully, of course, and without being stupid on it. So, and that's everything and anything. So,
And at Harbinger, if that's how you say that your name correctly, Charlotte's Web. Charlotte had multiple, like hundreds of seizures, like you're talking about. The company in Colorado developed a strain called Charlotte's Web that took out the THC and left the CBD. Her father researched all of this. He could only find it overseas. He was a military guy. He could only find it overseas. The treatment was only available overseas. It was not even heard of in the United States. He took it to this company in Colorado who was already growing medical marijuana. And they developed this strain and pulled out the THC and left what they needed. Now this child could safely take this medication to control her seizures without getting her high. Do you know they still fought them on that? But the miracle it made with that child was undeniable. And some really good things to watch is Dr. Sanjay Gupta from
yes,
CNN.
yep.
He's got a couple of very good in-depth documentaries on marijuana.
Oh, is he the one who like he extracts the sap out of the plant and the sap it can cure all these different things, even cancer? Is
So he
that
probably he's not the one that probably does that, but he's probably talked about stuff
Yeah,
like
I
that.
think he's talked
okay?
about
I think
it.
I've
Yeah.
watched him. Yeah. I think
He's
I've
very
watched him.
good. Yeah, he's very
He talks
good.
about a lot of different things. He's really interesting to listen to because he's very smart. So, yeah, it's
Yeah,
gonna.
I think that's one
I
I
mean,
watched.
it is. It's all natural, and the Lord put if you believe, a higher
I was
power
gonna
put things
say
here
that.
for our benefits. I mean,
Yep,
come on.
I was gonna say that if
Yeah.
it was put here before we got here, then it was put here for a
And if
reason.
we don't use it for its intended purposes, we the fools.
Guys, listen, there are so many things that were naturally like you. I bet you, if one of you, any one of you, can go out right now to the side of your garage or your house and pull a weed that grows in just about everybody's yard that is used as a painkiller, and it works
Oh
better than
yeah.
these actual painkillers, guys. It's a weed. It's that spiky looking thing, but it's used. It can be used as a painkiller, and it works better than any pain pills you've ever taken in your life. I couldn't
Yeah.
believe it, and I watched the thing on it. I was like, "Holy shit, that's growing next to my garage right now." So there's
Wow.
so many things that were given to us naturally for a reason, in my opinion. Why were they put here? If they weren't meant to be used, they wouldn't be here. So you got to think about it like that too, in my opinion. I'm sure there's going to be growing pains with this, as there is with everything. They'll work through it, they'll figure it out, they'll make it work, and we'll be moving on to the next issue. So
Mm-hmm.
which is mushrooms, because I knew that's another one. Ohio is looking at making mushrooms legal for certain medical issues and medical things that
Mm-hmm. It's
psychologically.
used.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yeah, right. There it is.
Wow.
There it is, Captain. I've heard that, and why that was in that documentary. Tree bark is used as aspirin. Facts.
Really?
If
Yeah.
you go look at this stuff, you guys will be
Wow.
absolutely floored at what we have growing in our yard that is basically medication. It's crazy.
I did not know that though about tree bark.
Oh yeah,
That's new for me.
absolutely. Yeah, there are certain oh my god, what is
Yeah,
the
cancer patients benefit so much,
big
right?
time?
And we had two ladies. We had a big hearing here in Florida because before, when they first legalized marijuana for medical purposes, you couldn't get the flower.
Mm-hmm.
You could do edibles and topical creams, but that was not what the law intended in the beginning. So when
Right.
they bring these women into court, and I think there was a couple of men, but they talk about their conditions and how their personal method of consumption,
Mm-hmm.
smoking versus eating versus a topical cream. And the quickest, most effective way for them was to smoke it.
Mm-hmm.
The cancer patients wanted to smoke it. They didn't want to wait for the gummy to kick in. The topical wasn't going to help. So finally, Florida gave in and said, "Okay, we see what you're saying now. This flower is readily available."
And
You know,
it's
so
definitely been coming for a long time, you guys, a long time.
yeah.
So milkweed is the spiky. Yes, thank you, Sarah. That's exactly it right there. It's milkweed.
Dr. Sanjay Gupta, Gupta.
Yes.
He's a doctor, but he reports a lot for CNN. He does a lot of stuff with them. But he did a very good, I think that was at least 2 separate ones, really good in-depth documentaries. And he'll show you people that have these conditions. And this one guy would have these just tremors. It's like a form of Parkinson's he had. And he was a younger guy, but it was so bad. And the minute he lit his marijuana, he
Yep.
smoked it out of a bowl, flower, you could see how quickly it worked.
He stopped moving completely, and he was like jerking really bad at some point until he did it, and then he stops. It was amazing to watch. I've seen
And
that.
he said he would rather do that than take that handful of pills they're telling him to take that never stopped that.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would like to get I guess it's the THC because I can't take pain pills. They make me sick. Even if I eat, if I try Zofran, I still can't take them. But and I can't smoke marijuana either because me and my sister, we tried that one time and we called the police on ourselves. We had a bad reaction. But I would like to get the just the THC, but I don't even think they have that here.
I think in Alabama they got Delta 8.
They do.
I
Yeah.
see that. I see that at
No,
gas
you need to
stations.
get you. No, don't get it at the gas station. No,
So is Delta 8 the same thing as just THC?
marijuana light. It's got a lot less THC in it.
It's
It's got
still for
just
you
enough,
though.
just
For
enough
you,
to mellow you out, but not enough to be super legal. So
yeah,
yeah,
it would be enough for
um,
you for what you
It
need.
takes your pain away though, like
yeah, because
back
you still
pain.
got you still can get your CBD content in it and all that. But I would suggest getting it from there's good brands out there. I don't remember. I feel like there was a store
Don't buy
in
gas
Alabama.
station
I
stuff.
wasn't in central Alabama, so I was down here closer, but I don't even know if you can get it if there's like if y'all have stores around there that carry the Delta 8 products. I would look for one of those before I'd get it at the gas station at the corner store. No, I don't.
Oh yeah, I'm too
Yeah,
scared
I
to
don't.
try
Yeah, I
that
don't
from
like
the
getting
gas
shit at
station.
the corner store. So yeah, I
So
don't know. But
is
there's
it
places you can get
the
them.
is it the THC or the CBD that takes pain away?
CBD.
CBD.
Okay.
And if you got smoke shops that sell like vapes and stuff like that, they typically around here at least that's what carries all that stuff.
We do
And
have
no,
those.
it's not
Mhm.
synthetic, Harbinger, at all. It's not. It
That's that other shit that they
if
got rid of.
you got a real Delta 8 is not a man-made manufactured thing. It's not. It's not. You need to know where you're getting it because it's all it is it has 3% 0.3% THC, but you're going to get more of your CBD levels than you are your because there's a way when even when the dispensaries grow their marijuana, they're playing with the levels of the THC. Okay, that's where you base what kind of strain you want. Why do you think there's a lot of strains out there? Because they're all got different THC versus CBD. There's a whole bunch that goes into this
So the
beyond those two things.
The THC is what makes you have the high feeling.
Yes, that's your psycho.
Okay. And then the CBD is the pain for the pain.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But the THC also helps with things as well. But if you can't tolerate that, then don't use it. Just use CBD.
Yeah, yeah.
I prefer both.
Yeah, I don't think that I don't think I can do THC because like I said, my sister and I we just and it was you know, homegrown. My uncle had grown it and we actually tried it 2 different times and the one time we just called our mom because we thought we were dying, but the second time we actually called the police on ourselves. So we were bad reaction.
I've not heard Metamom. Yeah, I've not heard of anybody dying from Delta 8 yet in my state. Never heard one thing about it, but it's different state to state. Every state has their different laws on whether or not Delta 8 is legal or not.
I'll have to look it up. I don't think it is here, but I'll look it up.
If you're getting some lace Delta 8 gummies off the street, yeah, you're probably getting fentanyl.
Yeah,
Ooh,
we've had Delta 8 issues here, and I don't know if it's what you just said or if it's something else, but there have been issues with it here, and they've been looking into it.
Causing death, death, or is there kids taking it at school, taking too much, getting high, and need to go home, or is there actual deaths related to Delta 8?
There have been, I don't know about death, but there's been like serious medical issues that have happened that they've talked about in the news. And I think it might be street bought type stuff. You know what I mean? That's what I think it is.
You buy anything off the streets these days, you're asking for it.
Or anything, because everything has fentanyl in it, and fentanyl will kill you to touch it. You guys,
and tell your kids don't take the gummies from the kids at school because you don't know where the hell they got them gummies.
No,
even if they tell them it's Delta 8, and don't think I did not have these same conversations with my teenage boy, because I did.
Yeah,
I don't want to be stupid. Yeah, I'm not going to be crazy and pretend that won't happen. So he and I have always had good, open conversations, right? And because of that, I think it's helped him make good decisions. I hope it's helped him make good decisions.
Agreed.
So far, knock on wood, we are doing good. But he still will come to me and tell me things that he hears kids do. or what they're
Yep.
trying. I'm like, dude, and he's like, Mom, I know I'm not even trying to do, and we'll have the conversation. I don't not want to hear it because
Good
that's
old
dangerous.
communication is the way it should
Yeah,
be.
if I don't communicate with him, he's gonna go try to get that communication somewhere else.
100%.
Yeah, that's how me and my 13-year-old son are. We are an open book. He tells me things I don't even want to know.
I
But
know, right?
Hey,
Why is
same way.
I
Yep.
created this monster and now he won't stop telling me shit.
Honestly, Avery, if you have issues with pain, because I do, CBD is your absolute best friend. It really will help you a lot.
yeah, I have very bad back from the accident, and
That's
um,
yeah, CBD.
yeah.
There's another one. There's something else out there too. That's called kratom. It depends on what you are, how like it's not very strong and it doesn't do a whole lot. But some people, if you have a very low tolerance to things, it may help you in some ways. But
Now that's the one there have been reported issues
yeah,
with
yeah.
and deaths with, and they
Yeah.
sell it at gas stations
Don't
all
buy that
over the
one. Don't
place.
buy that one.
I've never touched that shit with a 10-foot pole, and I don't want to. And I live with chronic pain every day. I won't do it.
I
I don't
used
know
it.
enough about it. Mm-mm.
I looked into it and I used it because it really helped my neck, but I had to use so much of it, and it was like, no, this ain't worth what it was like a bag of this stuff, okay? And I had to go through the whole bag before it actually took effect, and it's like
I've
this is
seen
not-
that there where it's like all these pills. I'm like, what's going on there?
Yeah,
Why you got
shouldn't
to
have
take so much of something, and what's it
didn't
doing
have
to
to do
you?
that. Right. That's exactly it. So I was done with it at that point.
I
Every
can tolerate muscle relaxers, so I have a low dose Flexeril, and when my back's real bad, I can tolerate that. But my body is so bad with pain meds after having cesarean C-sections. I had to take ibuprofen because I couldn't handle. I mean, and when you after a surgery like that, most people come out on a morphine pump. I couldn't even do the morphine. It's bad for me. Bad.
CBD would be your best friend in my opinion. And they'll set you up if you go into one of these a decent place, not a gas station, and you tell them what your issue is, what you're looking for. They're professionals with it. They look at this, they know the dosages and stuff like that. They will help you and put you on the right thing and get it right for you. If you got to go back a couple times to get it right where you want it,
Yeah.
and they'll set you up and you'll be good to go for however long you need to be. It's up to you. So
I'm gonna look into that for sure.
I really would. If you really have chronic pain, it does
Oh
help.
gosh.
It
Yeah.
helps a lot.
Yeah, I don't know
CBD.
like how your back is, but from my accident, it's my cervical, my thoracic, and my lumbar. And it's sometimes I'm serious, one hard fart and I can be in bed for a week. It's that bad.
Yeah, I
It's
get it.
Well,
bad.
look, here's the thing. Don't go into this with misconceptions, because I'm going to tell you right now, I've had surgeries. I live with chronic pain. CBD is not going to cure your pain.
Oh, it doesn't cure it, but it helps
Yeah.
it.
CBD is not going to make it be
It doesn't
more
go
much
away.
better than a pain pill would be. So it's like what I choose CBD and THC because I don't want to take pain pills my entire life. I don't like
Right.
That's why I recommend
you're masking you're just not even getting to the problem. You're going to feed me these fucking pills. So I'm not doing it. But
Yeah.
they make you, they're bad for you in the long run.
But yeah, they're killing your liver.
Long term, they're horrible. But so, people think sometimes when I talk to people about that, they think they're going to get it, and it's just going to be, I'm going to feel. But it will help, right?
Yeah,
And then you got to find your dosage that helps you the best.
That's what I mean. It takes the edge off, and it makes from what I see, it allows you to be able to function while still having the same issue, and you can move through your day without having to worry about eating pain pills and like destroying your body, like you said. So, because that's all they do. They're horrible. They're addictive. They kill people. It's just,
yeah.
they're not good. So, if you can find a more natural way to do something like that and get the same, effect, that's the point right there.
I've had no choice over the years. I mean, I've had choices, but there's not many options out there when you live with pain, right?
No,
There's
it's
just not. your anti-inflammatories, your pain meds, your surgeries, whatever. Sometimes they work, so I'm not going to surgeries do work. I'm probably going to be looking at shoulder surgery again here real soon, but it is what it is. I'm fine with that. If it's going to help me, I'm down. But yes, CBD and THC helps with a lot of things. It really does. It's not for everyone. So I'm not a doctor. I'm not giving out medical advice, but it's worth a try if y'all, if you're having issues.
Yeah.
Well, that's one thing I will tell you. If you
Stay
have a
at
choice,
home when you try, and all the stuff.
if you have a choice, stay away from gabapentin. That is a bad thing, and it does not just don't.
I had a prescription for that one time, and oh my gosh, it knocks you off your
Not
bed.
even that. It's not even just that. There's so many bad effects from it, and it's horrible. I'm allergic to it, thank God. But there's just a lot of bad things I've seen come from that.
That's not okay. See, that's not an opioid.
No, it's not at all.
It's not a Lortab or Percocet. It works on your nerve endings.
But here's the thing,
so and it's not for everyone. It won't work for everybody.
And I've seen a lot. Again, I'm not a doctor either. I'm just telling you from my own personal experiences. I've seen it do a lot of damage, a lot of worse. It's caused more problems for people than helped them. Is what I'm saying. So
I've seen a lot of class action settlements with with gabapentin.
Yes, there's a lot. A whole lot.
Wow.
Yep.
All right,
the
guys.
joys of getting old.
It gets better. I promise you.
Oh gosh.
I mean, like, it just. I don't mean it to like scare you. I'm just saying it. Things get better. I promise you.
No, once I turned 40, when I hit 40, things started going downhill. When I hit 45, things really started going downhill. Now I'm coming up on 50, so I'm just waiting to see what's going to happen.
Oh, I didn't start going downhill till I was about 50, 55. I ain't even going. I felt so good in my 40s. I'm not even gonna lie. I had a baby at 40.
Wow. I thought my 40s were going to be great, but
Yeah, mine were good. I was cool in the 40s. I was good.
As long as you take care of your body in your 20s and 30s, your 40s and 50s are okay. But when you don't, that's when you have problems in your 40s and your 50s. Is all I'm saying.
Wow. Maybe my 50s will be my golden years.
There you go.
Maybe. Yeah, I ain't going down without a fight. I don't go down like that. I'm fighting this shit.
All right, I'm gonna hop down. But good night, y'all.
Yeah, I need to close her down. It's 3 a.m. here.
And I need to get some sleep too. Tomorrow's a work day.
But
well, thank you for the good live. I appreciated it.
Absolutely, I appreciate you joining too. I appreciate your input and having the conversation. It's always good conversation. Like I said, these late night shows, I never know which direction it's going to go. I just kind of put it out there and we all figure it out ourselves. I enjoy doing that. I think they work well.
All right. Well, good night, y'all.
Good night.
Have a great night, hon. And everybody else, or Salty, thank you for joining me tonight. As always, it's always appreciated. And like I said, it usually turns into a decent conversation somewhere. The whole thing with Caleb Harris was interesting because there's stuff that I didn't even know about until you brought that up. So thank you for bringing that up. Everything else, it's just good conversation,
Yeah.
So I appreciate it.
Thanks, chat. Y'all have a good night.
Yes. And everybody in the chat, once again, thank you as always for tuning in tonight. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your night. I will be here tomorrow. Wait, what is tomorrow? What is today? Today's Tuesday now, right? Today is Tuesday. I think it's Tuesday. Sorry, I'm so tired right now. Anyway, yeah, I'll be here in early afternoon tomorrow again, and tomorrow night, don't forget, guys, to tune in. It's Wednesday now. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get to. I will be here in the afternoon doing what I do here, and then tomorrow evening, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 8 p.m. Central Time. We're going to tune in. Me and Salty are going to do that split stream. It should be a really, really good show. So please tune in if you can. You don't want to miss that one, but I'll be talking about it during the day tomorrow anyway. Other than that, you guys are absolutely amazing. Don't forget to love yourselves, love each other, and don't change a thing about yourselves. You guys are amazing. I will see you all very soon. Bye-bye. Good night, and God bless.